Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Grammatical improvements, hopefully, on the non-statutory mitigating circumstances. We have to wait for the defendant, right? So let's bring him out.
At some point, can we test the sound on the?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. All right, so both parties are going to be using PowerPoint or not? Yeah, okay, good.
Right. Yeah, I just want to test it. Just we'll take a break after it's done.
All right, so Mr. Nealy's here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And on the non-statutory mitigators that the defense presented, I just want to put on the record the grammatical improvements. I'm going to call them improvements. Just so there's no problem with it. On number 5, lesser is spelled here Lessor, so I think it's Lesser, right? Right, okay. And then on number 6, I think we needed a comma after birth, which is the second line there. All right, and on 18, jail is capitalized, so I uncapitalized it. On 23, I uncapitalized certificate and paralegal, and I put an A in there. So it'll be Shelby Nealy got his certificate for a paralegal degree since his arrest. So that's it. Any problems with any of that? All right, and then some of these things had periods at the end and some didn't, so periods at the end of them all. All right, so it's consistent. Okay, so that's it there. All right, any objection to any of the final jury instructions here? I think everyone's had a chance to look at them, right? First of all, state.
No objections.
All right, defense.
Only as previously objected to.
All right. So as I've been saying, your objections have been more preserved than at any case I've ever been in. So everything is preserved there. Okay, very good. So how about the verdict forms? Any objection?
No, we looked over them.
Okay. Defense?
Same as previous response to
Okay.
instructions, to objections that were previously raised.
All right. All right. And then I'm not really going to give a curative instruction because of the circumstances where it's a number of witnesses later, and then I do recognize what the state is saying. But I am going to emphasize that life without the possibility of parole means life without the possibility of parole. So I'm just going to emphasize that.
Judge, I need to make one additional argument.
Mm-hmm.
I filed a motion in this case in limine to preclude anything regarding future dangerousness.
Mm-hmm.
The state said they were not going there. I did it because of a question that was asked at depo. I've never had to do it in any other case. And so the court granted that motion. By eliciting the questions that they elicited, or by asking the questions they asked yesterday of Mr. Vanasco, that is implied future dangerousness, and so they have violated this court's ruling in limine. I am again asking, based on card, an urban for a curative instruction on that issue. It needs to be close to the...
Well, I am giving a curative instruction without giving a curative instruction, okay? If you had approached the bench and objected at the very time that it happened, I would have given a curative instruction. We've had a bunch of witnesses since then, so it doesn't make any sense, and it's not going to help you for me to say, do you remember that witness like 5 witnesses ago that was asked this, and then on cross-examination the state asked him this, and then he said this. I just reminded you of all that, and please ignore that. So in lieu of that, I'm just going to tell them that life without the possibility of parole means life without the possibility of parole, and that's it. All right. And
Judge, I don't think you have to connect it to. I don't think you have to connect it to. These witnesses that you heard 5 witnesses ago, because you could just tell the jurors that's an incorrect statement of the law.
well, except it's correct, okay? But we're not going to tell them it's correct. I mean, they're absolutely right. People get out, okay?
Just like, it's an incorrect statement of the law as it currently stands, which actually this court pointed out yesterday when it pointed to the several motions that I filed asking for certain things and things about the death penalty, and the court said, well, that's not the state of the law right now, so I'm going to deny your motion, Ms. Allaby. Well, the same thing applies here. The state of the law right now is that it's life without the possibility of parole.
Right, and I mentioned that yesterday, and that's why I'm going to tell them. Life without the possibility of parole means life without the possibility of parole, period. All right? So it's a curative instruction without calling it a curative instruction. Okay, I'm going to emphasize that. Okay? So that clears that up. All right. So I think the jurors are here and ready, right?
Your Honor, before I
Yes.
recommend, there's one bit of business I'd like to take care of with you brief.
Okay.
Last night, as we were kind of going over things, put things together, I realized we still have the Facebook records and images that would have been part of State's Exhibit 262 were excluded by the court. They picked the defendant, the sexting between murders. We know the court previously reviewed them, and since we realized we have them back, we just wanted to make sure they were according to as was retained for the record.
Okay.
So if I'm going to approach the court.
Yeah. Is this with the photographs?
It is.
Okay.
It's just everything that was excluded.
Okay. Okay. So everything that was excluded from Facebook Messenger is, according to, I think we might be up to 5 already, right? 4. Okay. Yes. For identification. All right. So I think we're going to take a break between the state and the defense closing argument. So do you want to deal with the sound now, Mr. Brundtland, or do you want
If
to
we
wait?
could, we tried it when you were off the bench and we weren't able to figure out how to do it, so
All right.
we thought maybe you have the magic touch.
No. No, that would be an incorrect assumption. All right, so we'll take a break until you're ready. Whoops.
So my understanding is the volume is controlled where you are.
Yeah, I mean, I put the volume up because people were telling they couldn't hear what was going on in here. So
Right, can I,
If you're doing a test, it has to be on broadcast or on. If it's an off, it won't broadcast at all in the courtroom.
okay,
Right.
so is it on broadcast now?
All right, so I'll,
It's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory is going to be one way, another detective is going to be another way, a crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories, you know. And
here, and you've seen all of the exhibits in the case, or at least they've all been admitted. When you do go back into the jury room, you will be able to take with you any and all evidence introduced in the trial. You'll be able to take your notes back with you. You'll be able to take back a written copy of the jury instructions. We'll have a copy for each and every one of you. And you'll also take back with you the verdict forms. There are 3 verdict forms, one for each count, which would be one for each victim. In the case, Laura Ivancic, or Richard Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. And as you know by now, your decision on the verdict is to determine the appropriate penalty in the case. And as you know by now, there are 2 possible penalties. One is life in prison without the possibility of parole, and the other is the sentence of death. And I do want to emphasize that when we say life in prison without the possibility of parole, we do mean without the possibility of parole. Both the state and the defense have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Now, the state will go first, and then the defense will go. Then I'll instruct you on the law, and then you'll go back and deliberate. Mr. Sarabian, you may proceed with your closing argument.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. First, I want to thank you all for your time and attention, and I apologize that there's more time and attention that I'm going to take of you today, but there's a lot of things to talk about. And at the beginning of this case, I told you that we're going to prove some aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt. At this point, we've done that, and we're going to show that the aggravators outweigh the mitigators and that this defendant should be sentenced to the ultimate penalty of death. Now, just to give you a heads up, I'm going to talk about some of the facts. I'm going to use the visual aids to show you some of the exhibits, talk about those facts. Then I'm going to talk about the aggravators themselves, how the facts apply to the aggravators. Then I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that the defense presented and some of the mitigators that you're going to be instructed on, and then we're going to close this thing out. So first, last couple of days we've been talking a lot about Jamie, a lot about the defendant, but let's go back. I want to review with you kind of the way this thing plays out in a little bit more detail than I have before. Using all the evidence that we put in, there is a reason for it. So the slides aren't beautiful, but they have the pictures. All these pictures are in evidence, so you can refer to them. And I tried to put exhibit numbers wherever I could. So if you need to refer to them, that's why all that's there. So first, you have State's Exhibit 184. This is just a simple bill that shows a time period the defendant and Jamie were living at Norwood Avenue. And it's a little hard to read up there, but the 10930 Norwood Avenue, bill went to Jamie Ivancic. I believe the date of the bill is December 19th, and for the period from December to early January. So there was evidence where they were, where Jamie had last been. There was indication of that. We know that was the case. So what happens then? Defendant and Jamie are living at that residence, and he kills her. And now you know that's an aggravator. And the defense agrees that it's an aggravator. There's a stipulation. He is convicted of that. He was convicted before we are here today, back on December 13th of 2023. That is one aggravator. That satisfies the first aggravator. So we had to look at those facts. what happened there. The defendant gets into an incident with Jamie, and he describes it, that there's violence between them or that she's threatening the kids, but even if we take him at his word, and by now you should be realizing that there's a lot of problems with doing that in many circumstances, but even if we take him at his word, he disarms her, she's no threat, and he starts to strangle her, and he makes the decision that he is going to end her life. Those are not good facts for him. So she is getting choked out for the last time, because as we'll talk about, there's lots of indications that that happened on a regular basis. For the last time, knowing that it was the last time, and then just to really do her in, while she's on the floor, he doesn't want her to come back, he goes, gets a hammer, and bashes her in the head. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more in the future too. But then, and this is one of those fun facts that he adds that doesn't really fit in right. He says, while all that's going on, and I'm going to refer, there are two separate interviews he does. I'm just going to refer to the times because they have timestamps on them. One happened somewhere between like 1 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. or 3 a.m. The other one happened same day, closer to between 1 a.m. and 1 p.m., somewhere in there. So I'm just going to refer to the times that it happened. And it was on January 4th of 2019. But the defendant says, second interview, 11:18 in the morning, about 18 seconds, he says, there's broken glass just around. Did y'all catch that? There's just broken glass around. That's part of the argument that he left out. Why did he leave that out? Why is there broken glass on the ground? Because he says that he's strangling her, and she grabs broken glass to try and stab him to live, and fails. Why is there broken glass on the ground? Because it was another one of these domestic violence situations that is not the way the defendant wants you to believe. He's the violent one. He's the violent one. And does she always react appropriately? Not necessarily. Does Jamie have problems? Absolutely. But you don't have glass just lying around, especially broken glass of a size that you're going to be able to grab and stab somebody with. So that's one of those fun facts. Also, after he kills Jamie, this was another fun fact that's very telling about the defendant that we'll talk about as we keep going. The defendant he's killed Jamie. He has buried her. He wants to leave town and hide from the fact that he's done that. And what does he do? He calls Laura and Richard up to get money from them so he can do it. Like the gall and audacity of that. And sure enough, they, being the very helpful people that they are, had, and the records indicate, have always been supportive and trying to help Jamie, help the defendant. They do it. They give him $1,000, which he uses to flee so that he can later come back and kill them all. But that's where our facts kind of start here. From there, you have States 206. So this is another document, which, by the way, these are all documents that were just floating around in the defendant's trunk. So the guy who is keeping an immaculate prison cell, you can see the car, the Kia he was driving. There was nothing immaculate about that. You can see all the McDonald's trash. Like, that was clearly post Laura. And even the Hyundai, I know that he was stuffing it with stuff, but you could tell all this stuff in there existed in there for a period of time. So don't let him fool you about how cleanly he is. The thing about prison or jail is that there's not a lot of stuff to be messy with. But anyway, this item just shows us, it helps us build our timeline. Because we know November 26th of 2018, he was in Texas specifically, selling an item. And the rest of it's not important, but we know it's him. We know he's in Texas. And then we have the next thing that comes up in our timeline, and keep in mind that the timestamps on these are in UTC, so I'm going to convert them for you. So December 1st, 2018, at 7:27 p.m., the defendant tells Damian Cunningham, "Hey, homie, I'm moving back to Ohio in mid-December. You already know we're going to link up. So this, what does this tell us? There is already a plan afoot. He is going to end up back in Ohio. Texas is already over for him. But it's the first. He's going to be in Ohio not soon, not next week, not in a couple days, in mid-December. Why? Because he knows where he's got to go in between. So,
we approach?
You may. All right, Mr. Sarabia, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge, and I apologize. I'm going to have to remember where it was. Yes, that's right. We were talking about the defendant still being in Texas, being able to tell that he had a plan. So next thing in our timeline would be December 2nd, 2018, 10:37 a.m. The defendant tells his mother, I should be in Ohio around next Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. Wow, so you're moving back or are you coming to visit? Moving. So there is already a plan afoot. Notice he says to his mother next Monday or Tuesday. To the other guy, to Damian Cunningham, he says mid-December. What's your plan when you get here? My plan is what it was in North Carolina before I moved to Texas. He's got this plan that is not at all the plan. And again, by now you should know the defendant lies a lot. Even his parents were, that was a problem. Still apparently is a problem at this point. So good conversation. There we go. He's going back to Ohio. So December 2nd, later that same day, so this is about 2 hours later, at 12:34 p.m., there's a receipt from a Walmart in, I think it's Spring, Texas. And really the only important thing there is it's in Texas. The defendant is still in Texas on the 2nd. We know that he is still there. So, also this period of time, we see, this is the 6th actually, at 10:23 p.m., the defendant is planning to come home. Home is Ohio. Summer Colt lives in Ohio. He's saying next week. Now, keep in mind, it's the 6th. Next week would be the week that he's killing everybody. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, he is already in Tarpon Springs with the Ivancics at this point. Because we see, well, this would actually be the next day, but it's the 7th. At 2:02 p.m., the defendant is sending pictures of his kids from the crime scene. This is the living room. That, I submit to you, is Rich Ivancic right there on the far right of that photograph, sitting in the armchair. And I want to say there's actually 3 of these photographs. I only put up one. They're all sent about at the same time. But we can see exactly where this is. So that's the couch. You can see the floor. Obviously the rugs and things are gone and he's trashed the place in the interim. But you can see the outlet there on the back. You can see the corner there that would lead to the hallway. So we know where they are. We know when they are there. We know that he is in there in 1954 Juanita Way by the afternoon of the 7th and probably the day before. So what interesting. That means that he was planning to kill these people since at least that point. And it looks like it was way back, at least on the first. But we know, so then he is there for a week with the intention of killing all 3 of these people, which will go to one of our aggravators. So then we move on. We see on the 11th at 3:54 p.m., the defendant sending a Facebook message to his buddy that he is buying his new car. Or wait, I'm not on the wrong one. That's right, we'll get there. He's asking, is he in Ohio? No, I got snowed in. Hold on, wait a second. When was the last time it snowed in Tarpon Springs? It hasn't. He's lying. Why is he lying? He doesn't want people to know where he is, because he knows what he's going to be doing there. I got snowed in is a lie. That sucks. Goes on to say, you alive? Yeah, again, so this is the 11th. 11th at 3:54. Yeah, I'm just in waiting. My friend's buying me a new car for Christmas come Friday. Friday is the 14th. His friend is buying him a new car. He is already seeding the plan of, I'm going to have a car. Whose car is he going to have? He's got designs on Laura's 2013 Kia already. This is planning. This is intent. This is what he was there to do. While he's hanging out with them, smiling, eating their food, sleeping in their bed, enjoying their hospitality, he's telling his friend about how he's going to be buying a new car on Friday. So then he goes on to say, and then the next message is actually at 10:53 a.m. on the 12th. I haven't been in much contact. I've been busy in North Carolina. He's not in North Carolina. We know he's in Florida. I'm still waiting out a blizzard in West Virginia. So I can't even tell if he's claiming to be in West Virginia or North Carolina here. But and his daughter has the flu, and now there's more about the car. But like I said, I'm getting a new whip car come Friday. He gets a discount because he's a federal agent. You can see it's a continuation of my friend's buying me a car. Noah Mather had said, "Oh man, that's an awesome friend," because that's kind of unbelievable. But anyway, you can see the intent. He's going to have that car. That's where his head's at. So then we get to, this one's a little smaller. He's talking to his mother. This is 3:01 p.m., or starts at 3:01 p.m. on the 12th. They're chatting. He says, where is it? Had to, 3:01 p.m. Had to wait out a blizzard over the weekend. Well, he's in Florida on the 12th. There's no blizzard in Florida. Bella caught the flu, so I've been taking care of her nonstop. And Friday, 14th, my cousin that's in the Navy is buying me a new vehicle for Christmas, one that can withstand snow. He is telling these people that he's going to get a new car. So his mother, what's even if you had to wait out a blizzard? And she's not stupid. No, there was a blizzard that was going to be in my route. I'm still in Texas. He's not telling his mother that he went to visit the Ivancics. He's not telling his mother that he's in Florida, in Tarpon Springs. Why is that? Why is he telling her that he's still in Texas when we all know that he's in Florida? Because he knows what he's in Florida to do. He knows that after spending all this time with the Ivancics, he's going to bash them in the head with a hammer. So, and then they finish up the conversation. So just to reiterate, we see on the 14th at 10:12 a.m., he's having a conversation with Summer Colt. He sends this photograph, which is in our crime scene. You can see the same blanket. She is on that bed there. Obviously, the comforter is down. Sends her another photograph about the same time of the two kids in the crime scene. Not in Texas, not in a blizzard. You see the one from the crime scene. Obviously the exact same place, except by the time law enforcement gets there, he's knocked over a decorative Christmas tree and moved that chair. And here's another one. And this one, you can see, it's kind of hard to see in this, but it's that corner of the bed, because you can see the wood planking just a little bit, and you can see that the bottom of that piece of furniture. So it's the far, bottom of the bed corner that he's taking of his son, again, with that same blanket, in the room in the crime scene. So on the 14th, 10:32 a.m., 14th is probably the day that he kills the first two. He says, they're chatting. LOL, I'm sorry. I was up all night finishing the packing. I need a nap. Finishing the packing. Why? Why is he saying that? Because he's intending to finish what he came there to do and leave. All of this is showing where his head is at. He's putting off these people, telling them a story, so that they don't suspect when he does show up in Ohio, having killed 3 people, where he's been and what he's been doing. All right, so these are all CVS receipts. They're all within about half an hour of each other. I think the one on our left was found in the house in one of those garbage bags. The two other ones were found in the Hyundai, probably came out of Laura's purse. But they show timestamps between 12:33 p.m. and 12:53 p.m. on the 14th in Brooksville, because she's shopping. And you heard Detective Anderson tell you that some video surveillance was recovered of Laura at that location. And we can trace her visit. This, again, I believe this came out of the Hyundai as well. One of the things that the defendant bagged up when he bagged up Laura's purse unceremoniously. You can see that she was at Chase Bank at 1:03 p.m., which on Mariner Boulevard, which again, Hernando County, not far from the CVS. We heard from Detective Anderson. I don't have a receipt to show you, but at 1:16 p.m. she was at Murphy's Market on Mariner Boulevard. She was at Cracker Barrel at 2:27 p.m. in Spring Hill. So you see, it's a shopping trip. And then the last place we know she's alive, Walgreens in Port Richey, which would be on the way back at 3:45 p.m. And again, Detective Anderson, and the one is just a magnification of the other. Detective Anderson told you that there was video surveillance recovered that he observed, and it was Laura with her purse and her 2013 Kia. So what is the defendant doing then? And I submit to you, the defendant has probably been waiting for the opportunity when he's got these people alone, and he knows that he's going to be able to get them one at a time. So sliding glass door will be there on the top. The couch that has been pulled across the opening is there on the left of this photograph. But he is bashing Richard Ivancic in the head. Right about there. Probably a carpet either on top of there or close proximity. And we have some blood spots, some blood spatter. If we go to Richard Ivancic, you can see, you can't really see it in the faraway shot, but you can see from the faraway shot where it is on the wall. And then that close-up on the wall. And go back to this one real quick. We know that wasn't there. That the couch wasn't there because you can't get blood splatter behind the couch if the couch is there blocking it. So Richard Ivancic, he bashes in the head, and we'll talk about that in a little bit greater detail later. But we also have some blood spatter over here. It's interesting to me that this cabinet has empty shelves in it. It's clearly Laura was a collector of these figurines, and we found a whole bunch of these figurines that were broken, as if somebody disturbed the furniture, perhaps in the fight that probably didn't go down the way the defendant wished it did. But the defendant just bagged these things up and put them in the Hyundai.
Can we approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you, Judge. So Laura gets home. Laura gets home and she goes around that corner, is right in that doorway into the kitchen. And we see blood spatter here, which is consistent with that. And the defendant, so note, the defendant says he kills Richard at 1, he kills Laura at 2. Well, if it happened on the 15th, if we're missing a shopping trip, maybe. But I submit to you the evidence doesn't support that. The evidence supports that this was the 14th. And the defendant wasn't great on dates anyway. We know that different times in the confession he says, I left on the 22nd, and other times he says left on the 23rd. I don't know that he was exactly keeping up with the calendar days. But what we do know is once he killed Richard, we know that Laura was on that shopping trip for hours. It takes some time to get up to Hernando. She was clearly shopping in Hernando. It takes some time to get back. He is sitting there lying in wait to kill Laura. Like the plan is activated. If there was any hesitance on his part, once he swung the hammer the first time at Richard, it was gone. So now he is just sitting there waiting. Sitting there lying in wait for Laura, unsuspecting, to come home so that he can bash her in the head and kill her. And that's what he did. That's that portion of the wall right there. Some more blood spatter. Laura's purse. And if you're not looking at it close, it can almost look like a shadow, but right there on the bottom on the handle, you can see blood. And we get the purse from the Hyundai. Why? Because the defendant spent a decent amount of time kind of cleaning stuff up, put Laura's belongings. You can tell the purse is kind of empty. He went through it. We have her ID in the trash bag in the kitchen still. He went through it and emptied it out and dumped a bunch of the stuff in the trash bags, which is probably why some of the receipts are in the Hyundai, some of the receipts are in the house. And I submit to you, so there's this couch. This couch was clearly moved. I think the defendant even says it was moved. Where was it originally? There's that big empty space where the drop cloth was. I submit to you that this is probably Laura's blood, that at some point she went down towards the couch, on the couch, and that this blood is likely hers. So then what's he got to do? Then he drags Laura's body down the hallway, wrapped up in the carpet. He drags Richard's body down the hallway, wrapped up in the carpet. Takes time, takes energy, takes effort. So what he was planning to do all along was to hide his crime. And what's got to be on his mind now? Nick. Nick is on his mind. He knows Nick is coming. He knows Nick will be home. He is specifically moving them because remember, his plan is to bury the bodies in the front yard, to dig a hole and bury them. If he's not expecting Nick, he doesn't need to move them. But he knows Nick's coming. And Richard was in one spot, Laura's in another. It's going to be hard for Nick to miss. So again, planning, calculation, thought behind it. Mops the floor of the blood. He told us that. And I mean, you could tell from the mop that it had been used, but mops the floor in between. Again, effort. So then what do we got? 4:22 p.m. on the 14th, defendant tells Summer Colt, I meant I'll hold you, LOL, my bad, daddy's tired. Why are you so sleepy? Daddy works out, honey. Plus, car shopping was today. Car shopping was today. And the kids were little rascals. Now, you can see that that's over a period of time. The first message there is 4:22, but he's continuing to, the next message is actually at 5:19. Car shopping was today. That's, well, I submit to you, Richard and Laura are lying there dead in the residence and before Nick returns. He's still planning. He's still scheming. He's still lying. And he's tired because he's been swinging the hammer an awful lot. Dragging bodies. Mopping. So Nick gets home. Now, Does Nick get home the evening of the 14th? Does he get home sometime on the 15th? We really can't say. We know that there's a pizza box on December 14th at 4:55 p.m. It's got Nick's number on it. Now, does Nick get it? Does Nick bring it home? Unclear. But whenever Nick gets there, it actually take the defendant on his word he probably doesn't kill Nick till early morning hours of the 16th. But in the meantime, 5:19 p.m. on the 14th, he's telling Summer Colt so that would be 5:32 p.m., sorry. Yes, ma'am. Or he says, you got a new car. Yes, ma'am. It was time for the other one to go. I traded it in for a 2013 Kia. There it is. SUV thing. More room, better vehicle. I'll still get good mileage too. So I submit to you they're dead. He's now acquired the 2013 Kia. In his mind, it's his. He swung the hammer for it. And really, I'm not sure which is worse. If this was the day before, if he actually didn't kill them till the 15th, but he's already telling her that he got the vehicle, and we all know what he's going to do. But now, I submit to you at this point, he has killed Richard and Laura. And he has now ascended to ownership, in his mind, of the Kia vehicle. It'll be great for winter. And then he says, I'll send you a pic tomorrow when the sun's up, my dear. Yeah, it's got butt warmers and everything. And goes on to flirt with her, which the number of these girls he's flirting with is fairly numerous. During that conversation, so this would be 6:23 p.m., he's sending pictures and more flirting with Summer Colt from the crime scene. So we know he's there. You can see the bathroom, and in particular in that photograph, the easiest thing to identify that what didn't move is that heater. You can see the sink, and you can see the towel rack in the reflection there. That's where he is. His mind's on trying to hit on girls while there's two dead bodies in the house, and while Nick is either there waiting for his death or he's waiting for Nick to come back to kill him. So 15th this will coordinate to about 1 a.m. This girl, Marissa, contacts him, looks like out of the blue. Hey, long time no talk, how have you been? I've been doing okay. I'm actually in the middle of packing for Ohio. Why is he packing for Ohio? Because he's killed the people. That's what he was there to do. Now he's in the process. He's going to be coming back.
Can we approach you on it?
Okay. why don't I go ahead and give you a brief 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear more, okay? All right. All right, so let me address the victim's family here. I understand why they're very frustrated, and it's because of the law, quite frankly. The state can only argue and only present evidence in regard to aggravating factors, and they're on one aggravating factor right now, which is basically cold, calculated, and they're premeditated, and then they have 3 more to argue. The defense, on the other hand, basically can say anything, because almost anything except for public policy arguments can be mitigating circumstances. So I can understand how it can be very frustrating for the family, because they can hardly say anything. They have given victim impact statements, and that's within the parameters of Payne versus Tennessee and all of the subsequent case law and the statute. And I know they're frustrated because the defense can basically say whatever they want, and they really can't say a whole lot, and the state really can't present anything more than aggravating factors or rebut mitigating the circumstances. So I understand their frustration. However, there will be a point, regardless of the verdicts, where they're going to be able to speak, and that's not yet, but it's going to happen. I'll allow them to speak. Now, the worst thing that can happen here is if we wait for this thing to go to trial for 6 years, which is a long time, and COVID was a part of that. Quite frankly, the Public Defender's Office had this case for a long time, and they sat on it and did nothing, and they refused to take any depositions because we weren't allowed to take depositions in person. They refused to take depositions by Zoom. Zoom was brand new. Nobody knew what it was. The public defender at the time refused to do any depositions by Zoom, and then, of course, eventually we got used to it, and now we're doing a whole lot of things by Zoom. But the worst that can happen is to wait around 6 years for this to finally happen. And then what if it does come back death and things are happening by the victim's family, which mandates that the case gets reversed and we're doing it again? That isn't in your best interest at all. Okay, now, I'm here refereeing not what the lawyers do so much, but what the victim's family is doing. And you don't want a record where some appellate court is going to say, this just doesn't seem fair to the defendant, and we're going to do it all over again. So in another 6 years, we're doing it again, okay? And it's not because the lawyers are doing anything improper or the witnesses, but it may appear to an appellate court that the victim's family is. So I have this request, okay? Don't be standing up, okay? Sit down like everybody else, okay? And then,
You want me to speak?
okay. And what's your name? Okay. All right. And then, all right. And then every day you've was shown up. I understand the family's been here every day. I did notice that some days you're all dressed up and some days you aren't. And then today you're in full military gear, right? So,
You know, where did my father's furniture?
right. I understand that, all right? But that's not what the purpose of this is today, okay? And we don't want a situation where it appears as if you're trying to make a statement.
I'm not making a statement. I'm wearing this because I wore this to my father's funeral. He did this. So my point
I
is,
understand.
if you want me to speak, just tell me.
All right, well, I would like this, okay? Here's your three choices, okay? Change your clothes and come back, or I don't have a problem if you sit in the third row there behind those big guys, okay? And so you're less conspicuous, okay? Or,
I've had 7 surgeries and I have to move around. That's why I stand up.
okay, yeah.
20 years in the military. He has been standing.
Yeah, he has been standing a lot. I've been noticing that, so.
This is discrimination. This is not the freedom that we fought for.
Well, it's not. We don't want, I'm sure you don't want to risk having this case reversed, right? You don't want to do that.
The prosecution is closing because of the clothes that people are wearing.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is not unusual, okay? I mean, we've had cases where people have come in with T-shirts that have the victim's photos on them or faces on them, okay? You can't do that, okay? We've had police officers who have been the victims on death penalty cases, and then a whole bunch of police officers came in uniform. You can't do that either, okay? So I'm just trying to protect this case, which is in your best interest, okay?
What you're saying is what we wore, all of us, to our father's memorial service cannot be worn today.
Well, you can wear that. There's no problem with that. Richard can wear that. There's no problem with that. All right? But it just seems like that he's just trying to make a statement somehow with wearing his military uniform right now. Maybe he's not, okay, but it's not the intent, it's the appearance, okay? So that's why if he wants to change, that's fine. If he wants to sit in the third row, that's fine. If he wants to leave and watch it on streaming or whatever, that's fine too. But let's not risk the whole case. I mean, people have put in way too much work on this thing, right? And you've gone through enough grief on this whole thing where you don't want to have to do it again, right? Because of something like that. Okay? You will have an opportunity to speak. You can wear whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. But today's not the day for that. Today's the day to make sure that there's issues with the case. And I've been working really hard to make sure there's not an issue here. All right? So that's all I ask, okay? Is just like everybody else, you sit and you listen. Okay, well, the third row, okay? I think we have like 10 rows here, okay? So the third row, that's not that far back, okay? And he'll just be behind a couple big guys back there. Or he can change. Or if he wants to watch on streaming, that's fine too, okay? And after that, after we're done with the verdicts and everything, then you can wear whatever you want. It's a totally different story, because obviously I'm not going to be influenced by anything, but we want to make sure that none of the jurors, we're going to have 12, we have 14 now, we're going to have 12, you don't want an argument that one of them was influenced by something that the victims are doing, or the victim's family's doing. Yes?
Judge, the only problematic thing I see with him sitting with his uniform in the, well, I mean, he shouldn't have worn it in the first place, but what I see problematic about him sitting in the third row is that he has to apparently get up all the time, which we've all seen that, but he's been in regular clothes. So if he's not, if he's having to get up, and he's going to decide when he wants to get up and sit down and get up and sit down, then I'd ask that he leave in his uniform and, like the court said, change and come back. And if he can't change for some reason, the other day when he was going to wear his military uniform, he was going to bring extra clothes in case you wouldn't allow it. But if he doesn't have that here today, then I'd ask he be excused if he's going to keep getting up in that uniform and watch it online.
All right, and there was no discussion with me about him possibly wearing a uniform, but apparently there was with the lawyers previously. Is that right?
He
Yes.
had originally indicated that he wanted to make his impact statement in his uniform because of the he had worn that to his father's funeral, and he felt that his father was a big reason why he was successful in the military. We had discussed that with defense counsel. We alerted them to the fact that he wanted to do that so it could be addressed before the court, before there was anything, before the jury. And then when we came here that day, he had independently elected not to wear it. So it was not an issue that we had to worry about.
Well,
But it was an issue that we disagreed about.
in addition to alerting us, they said he will be downstairs. He'll be away from the jury until it can be addressed.
And he will bring extra clothes.
Last Thursday.
All right, so, I mean, he has been standing and walking around throughout the whole trial, but it hasn't been a distraction. I haven't noticed anyone watching him doing it, and apparently, I guess he has to do it for medical reasons or for physical reasons, right? So, all right, so I'll have to rule on this, and this is really for their benefit, which is he's allowed in the courtroom, he's allowed to walk around because of his physical issues, but it's not going to be in uniform, okay? So bailiffs, if you can make sure that that happens, okay? If he comes in, that's fine. If he needs to walk around a little bit. And again, this is our biggest courtroom. This is a really big courtroom. And if he's walking back there, I don't think it's anything that's going to distract the jury. I don't think it's been distracting the jury so far. I mean, we have Mr. Sarabia giving a closing argument here. We have a PowerPoint in the presentation. They've been looking at Mr. Sarabia and the PowerPoint, and the PowerPoints are in 3 different spots here where they can look, really 2 different spots for the jury, and that's not in view of anyone in the audience. In other words, that's not in the field of view for seeing in the audience. So I think everything's fine, but we need to obviously have an abundance of caution, and then we've only said it once during this entire 2-week proceeding, which might be a record, and that is death is different. We have to be careful here, right? All right, so we know what the rules are. He can come in here if he needs to walk around. I guess it's okay. Don't be a distraction. But in no uniform, he can change. Hopefully, he did bring a change of clothes because he was directed to, right, by the state.
We didn't have that conversation today. There
All right.
was nothing about it leading up to today.
Okay. All right, so everybody understands?
I reflect that my closing statement has been captivating.
Actually, I'll say this, it's been pretty good. Okay? And it's been pretty interesting, so they've been paying attention. All right, so do you think we're ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring them in.
proceedings.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Arabia, you may continue.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, I am so long-winded that people need a bathroom break. So that'll probably happen again. But we were talking. So we are talking about the 15th. We were at 1 a.m., which would be in between him killing Nick or killing Richard and Laura, and when he kills Nick. He's still just interacting with people. Everything's great. Middle of packing for Ohio. So then we get to the top message there, comes in about 9:47 a.m. on the 15th. And what's interesting about that message is Bella's finally over being sick, so we can leave for Ohio this weekend. A couple of things to say about that. And if you've been paying attention to the messages as we've been going through them, and not to say the ones I've been highlighting, he's been saying that Bella has been sick for a while. What's interesting about that is the Walgreens receipt appears to be for children's medicine. And wouldn't it be just like this defendant when Laura's already been at CVS? CVS and Walgreens are almost interchangeable. To call her on her way back, make sure where she is, and ask her to pick up some children's medicine for his kid, so to delay her a little bit because he's lying in wait to kill her. But anyway, he's leaving for Ohio this weekend. Keep in mind, so the 15th would have been a Saturday, so he may be planning that his business will be done shortly. Domino's Pizza, the evening of the 15th, just before 7 p.m. Again, we have Nick's number on there. The defendant said that they got Domino's, they had a good time. I submit to you maybe they got Domino's twice, or they're hanging out for a long period of time. And if they're smoking marijuana, eating edibles, whatever they're doing, watching TV, that could have been a one last rousing celebration. But we know that there's Domino's on the 15th. Which is also, you'll notice the pattern is, once the defendant starts killing, and Richard and Laura aren't there to provide meals and make meals, now we're starting to see pizza and McDonald's, and the occasional Dunkin' Donuts. But pizza and McDonald's from this point forward. So he kills Nick. This couch wouldn't have been here. This couch would have been where the darker brown couch is. You see all that blood spatter. You see all the blood this defendant came out during this defendant's attack on his buddy. So yeah, I submit to you that that couch was here, in this room, right where that brown couch is, because we see blood spatter up there, painted over, blood spatter over there, and I decided not to bore you with all the blood spatter pictures again, but there was blood spatter all over this area. And even in other areas of the room, which again, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So, blood spatter there, which front door's kind of towards the back, I believe. Blood there. All that would have been from Nick. So now everybody's dead. Now what do we see the defendant doing? On the 16th, 1:45 p.m. Now he's shopping. We get the receipt from the 2013 Kia when they catch up to it in Ohio, and we have him shopping with his two kids. What's he getting? He's getting the air fresheners. You see those three white things at the very edge of the conveyor belt. If you watch it, the video, you can tell a little bit better. But 2 from the counter in the bathroom, and 1 on the counter in Nick's room. Why? For the smell. Because it smells. And the shirt he's wearing ends up in the laundry. Not quite yet, but it ends up in the laundry. Washed. He leaves it there, and it is recovered. So then, 1:52 p.m. on the 16th. It's the middle message. Hey, babe, a lot happened. I'm going to give you a call later. I'm still coming to Ohio, don't worry. Yeah, a lot happened. He killed 3 people. When will you be here? We'll see the rest of that conversation in a few minutes. He goes to McDonald's. This is actually 2:03 p.m. He goes to McDonald's. That McDonald's is right there in Tarpon Springs. Later that evening, 6:11 p.m., he says, Summer Colt, she's upset that he hasn't been answering. You need a better answer. He says, I'm sorry, babe. I've been busy all day. I'm in the process of selling a lot of my stuff. By the way, I already bought you Christmas stuff. So then he goes to GameStop, 7:07 p.m., and he's actually there for a period of time. And you can see, thanks, Shelby Nealy. We found that in the house. We're going to talk about some of that later. There's a couple of reasons I'm going through all this way. But we got him there. We see him. Not going to play the long video for you. But he's there with his 2 kids, same shirt, selling all of Nick's video games, trading them in for more video games, because that's his priority, is video games. He's got to be doing something while he's in between burying bodies. So then he goes to McDonald's, 7:18 p.m. on US 19 in Palm Harbor. So then, and this is a little confusing because remember we go from the bottom up, and it's the way I did it, left to right. So now, the defendant says to Summer Colt, this is 10:26 p.m. on the 16th. Nick probably hasn't even been dead 24 hours yet. Hey, you, so I'm trying to get the kids to sleep, so I'm going to try and explain what's going on. Basically, long story short, I got robbed by my cousin while I was getting an oil change. He took my money. I had an envelope. He was also watching my kids and took off as soon as I got home. $6,325 gone. She's appropriately upset. I only had like $700 on me in my person. All lies. Oh, forgot the other side. It was at where I was staying in an envelope. It's interesting, he says, he's not telling her where he's staying. It was at where I was staying. She's like, why don't you put it in the bank? Reasonable question. He doesn't like banks. Keep going. So then we are still on the evening, about 10:27 on 17th. Yeah, that's what took all day yesterday. Did you get it back? Banks just take your money. You see the way the conversation is going. Also, I'm in the middle of selling my grandfather's coin collection. It's not his grandfather's coin collection. She asks, is it selling? Yeah, but because it's Sunday, not a lot of places were open. Remember, 16th is Sunday. So she's, again, appropriately, why you have $7,000. You should put it in a safe. And he says, which is more lies, it was in a safe. Baby cakes. Then he starts sending photos from the crime scene. Again, we're at like 10:30 p.m. on the 16th. We know that location is right there. You can see the piece of furniture, you can see the curtain, you can see the table. He has been going through the Ivancic's belongings for his own. Sends more photographs because he wants to brag about all the stuff he's got. Again, same location. Because I'm an idiot and decided to leave it home since I didn't think my cousin would rob me. She responds, I'm just glad my kids are okay and he didn't make off with your stuff. Let's stop there for a second. Look at that. It's going to play into one of the mitigators later. I'm just glad my kids are okay from the robbery that never happened. This is what he does. This is what he does. He uses them. He talks about them like that. Like, he doesn't care about his kids there. He doesn't care about his kids any of the times that we're going to talk about that he talks about them. They're just another thing to try and gain sympathy from this woman. I'm just glad my kids are okay. And by the way, we recovered that laundry basket. You see it right there, and it had a lot of the same items in it, and other items you can see from the table. That was in his address in Ohio. And then he sends a photograph of that be my safe. Again, 10:30 p.m., roughly 10:32 p.m. on the 16th. That be my safe. It's bragging. We know where the safe is, right behind that door. It's not his safe. But there he is. He's in the crime scene, taking ownership of all the things, using his kids as a vehicle to gain sympathy. So we move on. Now, Detective Anderson told us close to 4 p.m. he was actually at a pawn shop selling some of the jewelry. I don't have any fun exhibits for you for that. But on the 17th at 6:02 p.m., he goes to McDonald's on US 19 in Newport Richey. And then on the 17th at 7:41 p.m., which is the top one, okay, I should be in town this week, just so you know. So then, this is around midnight, just before midnight on the 17th, going into the 18th. And this is another, plays into some of the mitigators here, but I included the one on the 3rd just so you can see that that conversation ended. So on the 18th, he, out of nowhere, says, "Holy F, you'll never believe what just happened." Tell me. Remember that useless dad of mine that died when I was 17? That's another thing that he brings up a lot for sympathy, by the way, is you'll be able to see through a lot of the evidence.
Objection, non-statutory aggravation.
Overruled. Yeah. Sorry, that sounds a lot more harsh than I really meant it. I meant a lot of effed up stuff this year and got a little colder towards certain stuff that used to hurt my feelings. Anyways, I inherited $25,000. And she goes, "Well, no, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything." And she says, "How?" He stored a lot of his stuff, and I'm editing out the bad words, at his friend's house. His friend found out I was in Texas. He's not in Texas. He's in Florida. Took me to the shed my father built, and OMG, dude, $25,000 in a briefcase, rings upon rings that are thousands of dollars, a coin collection that can't even be fit in a whole picture. He kept it all this time for me. No effing way. Well, to be honest, he had no idea about the money. 'Twas in an envelope in all these coins. He then sends a video. We've seen the video. He's flashing money, he's flashing coins. We see where his head's at. Do you care about the kids? No. Yeah, well, my dad was a criminal genius. There's no way he just earned all this. She's in awe. Who are you telling, LOL? I'm completely okay with how 2018 turned out. He's sitting in the kitchen of a house where there are 3 rotting bodies that he bashed in the head with a hammer. But he is completely okay with how 2018 turned out. And then we see it again. She's being nice, dude, super happy for you, you deserve this. Thank you. I'm just thankful for my kids. A year's rent paid in full will barely tempt me. Anyway, you can see a screenshot from a video right there on the left, and then you see the envelope that we recovered from the Kia on the right. You can tell it's the same envelope, just with additional writing on it. And then we are at Walmart. 10:30 around. It's actually a decent amount of time. He's at 10:31 a.m. He's at Walmart, wearing a different shirt. The other one's probably being washed now. Clearly him, clearly his kids. We see him buying the spray paint and the masks. because it smells. Now, again, we're going to talk about the mitigators later, but one of the mitigators, this will play to, smells bad enough, the chemicals, that he knows by, this is now day 2 or 3, he needs masks. He's going to be there many days later. You think the kids are wearing masks? He also buys it's not in this screenshot, but he buys the new Punisher shirt that he's going to be wearing in later videos. So he goes to McDonald's, 11:36 a.m. on US 19. It's actually right next to that Walmart in Port Richey. Chicken nuggets for the kids. And there we see him, and we now know that he has been using the 2013 Kia. And you can't see that at all on that screen, but I submit to you, you can look at the photographs and evidence. It is clearly this defendant, Shelby Nealy. And we got to go to Home Depot. There's where we found the receipt. There is the receipt. There's the items of the receipt. 18th at 12:27 p.m. Based on the timing, probably had to go there just about right after McDonald's. There he is. I got that one for you because you can see his shoes. You can see that the tops of his shoes are blue on the 18th. Keep that in mind. There he is. Yes, it's actually, he goes in, he leaves, and comes right back in, and then he goes shopping, and then he checks out, and we see him getting the rope, and you can see in the cart there, he's getting the canvas cloths. Because that's all part of his plan. Remember, what he did with his wife was bury her in trash bags in the backyard. The plan is to mess up this house just like the wife and bury them in, there is no backyard, in the front yard. But now he has graduated from the trash bags, maybe because he realized that that wasn't going to work. With this group, he graduated to the canvas materials. He even told us that. And the rope. Again, you see the rope at the bottom of the floor of that bottom right photograph. And there's the canvas from that empty package there, and canvas, top of the body. Around this time, he's got to be digging the hole. Because then we get to the 18th, 3:23 p.m. I submit to you that about now he's realizing the plan needs to change. So Noah Mather says, "What's up?" The defendant says, "Want to take a road trip." Now this conversation you can see actually goes on over the course of a couple of days because he doesn't respond very quickly. So Noah Mather says, "Where to?" "Bro, what's up?" Defendant responds a while later, "I'm thinking to Clearwater, Florida." Keep in mind, he's not told anybody he's in Clearwater. That's not come up, or in Tarpon Springs, in this area of the world. But now he's thinking of a trip to Clearwater, Florida. So Noah Mather naturally inquires further. When are you thinking? Like February. When? Like days. Dude, the day of love. Valentine's Day. Why? This is the plan. The plan is now shifted. He's realizing, and by that last message is the 20th, he's now realizing, I'm not going to be able to get these bodies in this hole. Maybe because the ladies that live around there have been asking too many questions, maybe too many people have seen him, or just because Richard is that heavy and he is that lazy. But he's realizing he's got to come back. He's making arrangements, he's planning, now I got to come back. Why? He's got to continue to execute the plan that he had originally, which is to bury the bodies. That worked with Jamie. We go on. 18th, 4:01 p.m. And conversation starts a little bit before that. So 18th, so this would be 3:35 p.m. He's talking, "Hey, would you guys want to come down with me and take a trip to Colorado if I paid everything? Food, hotel. That's a lot of money. Would love to. If I flew you two down here where I'm at, would you guys drive with me there?" What's the drive from where you're at? A day, 4-hour stop? Okay, that's a long road trip. I got a Kia, though. So 4:01 p.m., there it is. I got a Kia, though. My Kia. I bash you in the head, I get to keep the Kia. Been planning on it since even before then, as the messages indicate. And then he sends her a picture of the Kia in the crime scene here in Tarpon Springs. That's yours? Yes. That's awesome, man. We move on. Now we're at about 10:34 p.m. on the 18th. Again, now he's setting up his return to Ohio. You know any landlord people? Yeah, I do. Yeah, know about tenants. How are you and your kids doing? You moving back? He says, yes, I'll be there Friday, actually. Permanently? Yes, ma'am. You can have me whenever you want me now. Okay, good to know. How's your kids doing? They're great. They have a conversation about that. What kind of rent? He says, $900 a month. And my journey down here is at a close. I got what I needed. Now I need it up in Ohio. Again, we're seeing the aftermath of the plan. This was the reason he came down. I got what I needed, which was all these people dead. They're not going to talk anymore, and I have all their belongings. I got a lot of money. Now my journeys are closed. Going to Ohio. Let's not forget Mom. On the 19th at 9 a.m., he sends a photo of the Kia in the crime scene, same photo. Oh, is it yours? Yes, 2013 Kia. Great. Gotta say, every time I felt like your son, it's when I'm driving that car. So she's happy for him. But out of the blue there, he's just like, look at me. I got a new car. 19th. Sorry, 20th, 11:33 p.m., he's eating at Dunkin' Donuts. We got this receipt from the 2013 Kia. Dunkin' Donuts and Holiday. All right, so here on the 20th at 12:46 p.m., he posts on Facebook for everyone to see a photo of his daughter with the pink hippo in the crime scene, on the couch, with blood on it, and the spray paint. So we know by this time he's already been working. He's already been covering up all the blood spatter over there. Not very well, but we see the drip. You see it on the far left right there, and we see it on the couch of the crime scene. We see the pink hippo. And then we have McDonald's on December 21st, 1:02 p.m. He's eating again. And we're almost ready to follow this guy out of town. But on the 21st, he's at Walmart again, this time in Hudson, with the new shirt that I think he will remain in until he leaves Florida. And notice too here, there's no kids with him. He's by himself. Also, there's a photo from the Home Depot picture. You can see the difference in his shoes. Blue shoes at Home Depot, and there's a lot of other places on the Home Depot video you can see it. But he's been busy with the paint, with the chemicals and everything, because that's all part of his plan. But let's not forget, in the meantime, he's got to be texting the relatives, make sure that they're not onto him, because that was also part of his plan with Jamie. It worked so well then. He is carrying out his plan with Laura. We are fine. The talking part of my phone is broke, and we are in Texas visiting Jamie and Shelby and my precious grandbabies. Laura's dead. 21st, he has Domino's Pizza. That's at 5:54 p.m. He uses his phone number this time, same phone number that we will see up in Ohio. And then on the 22nd at McDonald's, he's there 8:21 p.m. Maybe the kids didn't like the Domino's, but we see him driving that Kia again. And then the next day, we're heading out of town. 23rd at 2:31 p.m. County Road 54, Newport Richey. Got to get those chicken nuggets. There he is, Laura Ivancic's 2013 Kia vehicle. And then again, we pick him up in Macon, Georgia, I believe 9:30, thereabouts, that evening. Same vehicle, same clothing, same guy. Now he's going to Ohio. In the meantime, so 26th, we have him connected to that house, 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio. He is telling his friend, Miriam Al-Nasseri, look at my new house. You can see the address. It's my house. Bathroom is fixed up. When I was in Texas getting robbed by my blood. He's still going with that robbery story, but he's claiming it was in Texas because that's where his family from that side is. Again, it's all part of the plan. He just wanted people to know he was here. He knew that all along going in. There was never oh, hi, I'm going to be in Florida. I'm a criminal genius, my dear. There's nothing I can't do anymore. And then she's telling me how you got the place, how you got the money. I have to tell you in person. But let's not forget, he's got to throw off the relatives. I'm sorry, I just got this. My phone has been acting really weird. I can't even call or hear anything on the phone. Is everything okay? I'm so sorry. I just got this. My phone has been acting really weird. It's a conversation with two different people. I can't even call or hear on the phone. But no, we are going to be in Texas with Jamie. We are currently dealing with a family emergency with her. And I didn't give you the rest of the text. But you can see he's already trying to give excuses as to where they are, why they wouldn't be at home. Because remember, his plan at this point is still to come back and bury the bodies. We are in the process of talking to the police and trying to find Shelby. His vehicle was found abandoned on the side of the road. We know everybody is worried, but we have a lot going on. Trying to give himself some cover in case we'll see him in Ohio. Also, if I get time to, I will. I think the message was, please call. I'm currently dealing with a family emergency with Jamie in Texas. Jamie's been dead for a year, almost. So we catch up to him. I say we, Detective Anderson and law enforcement catch up to him at that Newman Avenue address, find Nick's ID, Richard's ID, the coins, the money, missing revolver, Kia. So those are our facts. That's what we know about what the defendant was doing, where he's been moving. So now the defendant does confess. And what does he say about it? So let's talk about that for a minute. I picked out some interesting things. Again, I'm going to refer to you by time, the timestamps. What does he say about Richard? At 11:38 a.m., in about 30 seconds, he says, you ask Richard a question, you get like a 3-hour conversation. Yeah, really thinks a lot of the guy who has let him live with him, who has tried to support him and Jamie in the past, and has been nothing but good to him. Earlier, 1:44 a.m. and 25 seconds, he says, when Laura's out, he says, that's the perfect time to get rich, because he's been waiting for that perfect time. 1:45 a.m., 0 seconds, he estimates 5 to 7 hits on Richard. Well, we heard from the medical examiner it was at least 7 hits to Richard in the head and 3 to the neck or body. And so, come back to that in a little bit later. Other things he says. About Laura, he says, when she gets back, he's lying in wait for her, he says, quote, I welcome her and everything. He's literally waiting by the door to say hello, make sure to take care of business. 1:47 a.m., he says, I take her out before she can notice anything. He says he hit Laura in about 1:45 a.m. and 25 seconds, he says he hits Laura 4 to 5 times. Medical examiner says at least 5 blows to the head. Nick, gotta love what he says about Nick. At 1:38 a.m. and about 50 seconds, he says, Nick wasn't even a person. 1:42 a.m. and about 45 seconds, I waited for Nick to come home. Spent one last night with him. 1:58 a.m. and 50 seconds, he estimates he hit Nick 7 to 8 times. Emmy says at least 3. But remember, keep saying at least because if you get hit multiple times in the same spot, she can't necessarily distinguish that. He says at least 7 to 8 times. His estimates on the other two are kind of low. I submit to you his estimate is probably low as well. And, you know, the photos are not pretty, but Nick's forehead is completely bashed in. A couple of other fun things he says when he's talking to Detective Anderson. At 1:41 a.m. and 45 seconds, he says, I almost got out of it. He's talking about killing him. I almost got out of it. I looked for every excuse. I wanted it to be as quick and painless as possible. 11:53 a.m. and 30 seconds says, it breaks my heart every day. They were good people and they didn't deserve that. At 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, he says, it hurts my heart. You know, I love my wife greatly. You know, there's a couple other points where he says, you know, I looked for every excuse. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nealy, for looking for an excuse to not kill these people, for putting them out of their misery, kindly, according to you, trying to make it quick and painless. Perhaps we should give him a medal. There's the audacity of this guy. I almost got out of it. Things he says about Jamie. This one was kind of telling. 2:28 in the morning and 1 second, he says, for a long time I focused on the bad because I wanted to hate her. Oh, he hated her all right. 11:19 a.m., 0 seconds, he says, Jamie gasped out that she would get help she needs, and said, I love you, as he's strangling her. That probably didn't happen that way, but that's the girl that he decided at that point he was going to end her life. 11:20 a.m. and 50 seconds. This was also pretty telling. This is when they're talking about Jamie's death. Because, you know, in his version, Jamie has a knife and is going to go after Bella. So Bella's there. He disarms Jamie. And Detective Anderson asks him, like, so where's Bella? Like, oh, she must have run away. I think she ran away. Yeah. Whatever. 11:21, 45 seconds. He says he grabbed the hammer and hit her. Remember, that only came out in the second interview, the part with the hammer. 11:22 a.m. and 45 seconds. I only struck Jamie one time with the hammer. 11:49 a.m. and 24 seconds. I only struck once with that hammer. And then 11:23:20 a.m. he says, afraid she was still alive and just wanted to end it. One time with the hammer. Except we know that that's not true. Because Dr. Ignacio did the autopsy. She was hit 5 times, at least 5 times in the head, on one side of her head that was bashed in and caved in, and at least 7 times on the other side of the head. Not one time in the head. And I submit to you, we're going to talk about this more. The defendant minimizes all the bad stuff. Like, yes, he confesses to it, but he has been minimizing. He minimizes in the confession to Detective Anderson, and we can show that he did so, especially with Jamie. 11:24 a.m., 55 seconds. He's talking about what his mindset is. He's like, her parents are definitely going to find out. Again, that's the motive. That's why he kills the 3 of them. 1:38 a.m. and 30 seconds. He says he didn't want to get caught. For Jamie. 2:31 a.m., 0 seconds. Driving to Florida, thinking of killing them. Describes it. Describes how he was lying in wait. 2:14 a.m. and 47 seconds. Trash the house like I did with my ex-wife. Because again, that's the plan. That's what he did. He had a plan going there. He knew what he was going to do. He was going to eat the bodies. That was going to mess up the house. And remember, I think he even said there that he trashed the house before he realized he wasn't going to be able to bury the bodies. He says he would plan to come back in a month or 2. Well, we have evidence of that. One of my favorite statements that he makes, 11:53 in the morning and 40 seconds. It's very telling. This defendant says, now it's almost as if it was all done for nothing. But I can't believe that. You know, I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending, and that I didn't sacrifice those people for no effing reason. He wants to believe that he did it for another reason than to stay out for 3 more weeks. But the reality is, the reason he killed those 3 people is entirely to hide his crimes. 11:50 in the morning and 40 seconds, he says, "I'm just trying to not get on death row." So, let's take all those facts and let's apply them to the aggravators. And the judge is going to instruct you on the law, but for each separate count, I'm calling them counts, each separate count, you have Laura, and the order that the count 1 is Laura, I believe count 2 is Richard, count 3 is Nicholas. For each separate count, it is its own analysis. So let's start with, I'm going to start with Laura, I'm going to start with Richard, which is count 2. But we got Richard. So what are the aggravators? Well, first one, Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving violence to another person. Now, the other 2 murders, so for Richard, the murder of Laura, the murder of Nicholas, each count, Laura by herself would count as that aggravator and satisfy it. Nicholas by himself would count as the aggravator and satisfy it. Jamie, felony of violence, would count as an aggravator by itself and satisfy it. He triples up this aggravator, which I submit to you, this is the most aggravating aggravator that he could do, is to kill another person, and he triples it. So we're going to put Jamie. Just to give you guys some idea about the weight of this. This aggravator, felony involving the use of violence to another person, could be satisfied by any felony of violence. And I'll give you an example, a hypothetical. I go into Walmart, I steal something, walk out, loss prevention begins to stop me. Hey, you can't go, and I push him down to get out, and I take off. I've now committed a robbery. That satisfies this aggravator. But, as we can all look at, not the same level of weight. Sure, I have the prior offense of violence, but it doesn't carry the same weight. He satisfied this aggravator with the worst felonies he could commit. The most weighty felonies he commit. 3 times over. And I submit to you, the analysis could almost end there. I'm an attorney, so I'm going to keep talking, and it won't. But, and it's a hard thing when you go through the jury selection process to dance around that, because the aggravators are largely out there for everybody to see, but it's almost insurmountable, unimaginable to get past the level of weight for that aggravator. And you can consider that. That is now you know all the information. Now you have all the evidence. Now you can do the weighing process, and you can look at it and say, hey, that's an aggravator. It's not just 2 other deaths for Richard. There's 3, and the weight of that just cannot be outweighed, especially by anything presented by the defendant. So we go on for Richard. Second category of aggravators. The first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, I just spent a huge amount of time going over that with you. That was his plan all along. His plan all along was to kill all 3 of these people to hide the fact and avoid the arrest for Jamie. And so I'm just going to tack that one on here. Shorthand arrest. Another aggravator, which again, it's eliminating potential witnesses. He's trying to frustrate the justice system. That is also a pretty weighty aggravator. Now, I would agree. It doesn't weigh nearly as heavily as the murders themselves, but very heavy aggravator. come back to the last one in a second. Just skip to number 4. The murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. So there's some definitions of those things. And again, what I've gone over with you, spend all the slides going over with you, he had this planned out. And it doesn't have to be a good plan. It doesn't have to be a successful plan. It doesn't have to be a well-educated plan. He had a plan. He thought about it a long time. He sat with those people for a week. He drove from Texas to do this. That's cold, that's calculated, and it's definitely premeditated. It has the heightened sense of premeditation. Now, Jamie, that one wouldn't have that. Whatever happened there, it appears to have been a decision he made in the moment. Now, he may have intentionally killed her. There may have been the level of premeditation that would just satisfy that definition, but it wasn't necessarily the cold and calculated and premeditated. It's a good contrast. These three, Richard, absolutely. So I'm going to complete the... Okay. And again, you can add all kinds of facts. Like shorthanded is cold. All kinds of facts to that in terms of waited till he was alone, waited till Laura was out on that shopping trip, waited for the moment to get him. All those facts, you can add to that. Now, let's talk about heinous, atrocious, and cruel for a moment. And I submit to you, these factors, they're easily proven. There's no question. Heinous, atrocious, and cruel is the hardest one. Like if there's any of these aggravators that don't necessarily apply, that's the one that the evidence is hardest to apply to. Why? Because in order for a crime to be especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, it deals with what a person experiences before they die, while they are conscious and able to experience. The idea that their death is impending. So you'll notice we're not seeking that for Laura. Her death very well could have been, probably was, especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Because I don't take the defendant at his word that, oh, I just knocked him back, he was out. Probably not. But the fact of the matter is, the evidence just doesn't give us anything to say that. We could speculate all day long, but the evidence doesn't support it. Now the other two, there is some evidence. So let's talk about Richard. The interesting thing about Richard, so one, he's a tall guy. I mean, you can see the IDs are in evidence. I want to say 5'11". Taller than this defendant. If Richard is walking, the defendant is going to have, it's not going to be an easy blow to get Richard the first time in the head and get a good solid shot that's going to knock him out. Moreover, what's interesting about Richard is he has 2 blows here in the chest and 1 blow in the neck, which implies that there was some sort of struggle, some recognition, because otherwise you wouldn't have any of those. You wouldn't need to do that. You don't with Laura. With Laura, it's all to the head. Even with Nick, it's all to the head. Even with Jamie, it was all to the head. But not with Richard. So with Richard, I submit to you that injuries indicate that there must have been some struggle. And as he gets the better of Richard and hits him multiple times in the head, sure, Richard goes down. But Richard knows he's going down, and Richard knows that the guy that married his daughter, that he has helped out, that he has allowed to come into his house and has been staying the holiday season with him, that he treated his family, is coming after him with a hammer and is not relenting. And that makes it heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Not only that, we know from the defendant, as Detective Anderson digs in a little bit, well, Richard was making noises over there. He wasn't actually dead. I had to go back and whack him some more times. And we know from the medical examiner, these are not injuries that you expect to instantaneously kill somebody. It takes time. So Richard's death, I submit to you, was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And again, in terms of the way that you can qualify for these aggravators, this defendant picked the heaviest ones he could, the ones that are insurmountably weighty. So, now let's turn to Laura. So Laura, we already know. Laura's actually count one. We get Jamie. We get Richard. And we get Nick. So one thing on Laura, and let's talk about the weight of that for a minute. The defendant killed Jamie. The defendant kills Richard. Richard is dead. The defendant has committed murder in the first degree against Richard. The lowest sentence he can get is a life sentence at that point. But he goes on to kill Laura. If he gets a life sentence, then it's like saying, well, you get Laura for free. And Nick. You get those two for free. There's no difference. No difference in the punishment. That's just an idea of how weighty those are. So then, committed for the lawful purpose of avoiding or preventing lawful arrest. Well, what's interesting about this one, for Laura, and as we'll see with Nick, is this actually starts to weigh even heavier with Laura. Why? Because now he's not just trying to avoid arrest for Jamie. Now he's already all in with Richard. So he can't very well just say, you know what, I'm not going to do it anymore. Laura, you're fine. There's Richard, lying there in the dining room. Now he's avoiding arrest for Jamie and for Richard. And he waits, same kind of cold, calculated method, but now he waits longer. He waits for an hour or more, probably hours, sitting there. The Lord to come home with the hammer. He knows, like, if there was any doubt, if there was any question back and forth in his mind before, he knows what he's doing now. He's just thinking about it. What's he going to do? Again, maybe he calls her to get the medication, maybe not. But he waits, he greets her. He's right there to greet her when she comes in. And then he bashes her head in with a hammer. Cold, calculated, and premeditated. And to avoid arrest. So there you see, again, all of these, any one of these would be enough to outweigh all the mitigators. All of them together, it's just ridiculously insurmountable. So now let's turn to Nick. There's a couple interesting things we have with Nick. So one, by the time we get to Nick, now he's earned himself a license for murder in the first degree twice over, with Richard and with Laura. Let's not forget that he previously killed Jamie. But now he knows he needs to kill Nick. And the interesting thing about it is this, is like it really exposes the motive. Why is he doing this? To avoid arrest. There was no danger Nick was going to get his kids. That's not going to happen. You know what kind of parent Nick would have been. Like that's not a motivation. All the things he says to Detective Anderson about like, oh, I just didn't want my kids to go with him. One, not true. Two, doesn't apply to Nick. Doesn't apply to Nick at all. The only reason he has to kill Nick and wants to kill Nick and has planned to kill Nick is because now he's killed Jamie, and he doesn't want to be arrested for that, and he killed Richard and Laura, and he doesn't want to be arrested for that. So he waits for Nick to come home. He wants to spend another night with him because he's his friend. And then over that whole time, whatever they're doing, he knows this is Nick's last day to live. This is Nick's last hours to live. In fact, I get to decide when Nick's last seconds are. So the cold is, it's weightier and weightier. And it was pretty heavy over here on Richard. Now, heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Now, in the interview, defendant's talking about Nick. And he says, I hit Nick, and Nick shoots up. Or pops up, I think are his words. Nick pops up. But he didn't feel it. Okay, I'm sure of it. But then when he goes on, Nick wasn't like the others. It got a lot messier. It got a lot nastier. Why? Because he hits Nick in the forehead, and then Nick pops up. And now Nick is seeing what's going on. Nick is experiencing, geez, this guy is coming at me with a hammer, and it hurts, and it's bad. And by the way, the hammer's in evidence. Feel free to see what it's like. It's not a small thing to take that hammer, raise it up, swing it down, raise it up again, and swing it down. There's multiple actions he has to go through each swing that he is doing, and he hits him once, and Nick pops up. There's time there. There's time there, and at that point, Nick's not going to just take it lying down. You see blood spatter all over that room. Now, ultimately, Nick will end up on that couch. I don't see any way around that with the crime scene. I think he's definitely lying there dead on the couch, gets dragged off by probably on the pillow, gets dragged off by the blanket. Defendant disposes of the pillow in a trash bag in a Hyundai. But that is the heinous, atrocious, and cruel for Nick. So, I think it came up at some point, but can these all be evaluated separately? Is it possible to come back with death on Nick and not on Richard? It is possible. But I submit to you there is no reason to, and you shouldn't, because although the aggravators may weigh slightly different between the three people, ultimately the other bodies for each one weigh heavy enough to weigh all the stuff that they presented. So now let's talk about all the things the defense talked about. Let's talk about the defense's case. Who'd you hear from? Who did the defense present? They presented Dr. Heather Holmes. Seems like a nice woman. Didn't have all the information. Only had what she was given to review. A lot of stuff that she didn't review. But what did she ultimately even say? Well, must be noon. That's more distracting than you might think. Dr. Holmes says, well, he's got depression. Okay. Does that really mitigate much? Oh, we'll get to that when we read things, but is it really important? Not substantially. Plus, she sees him, I believe the first time she said she saw him was in 2023. All right. by the time she sees him in 2023, perhaps he is depressed again. And, that you could go, I'm going to take you through some of the records in a moment, but the records definitely indicate he had been diagnosed with depression at various points. But in 2023, I'm sure he is depressed. He's looking at these charges. He's living in custody. Of course, he should be depressed. Does it weigh anything? Talk about that shortly, but no. What else of interest did she really say? Dependent personality, again, talk about that when we weigh these things, but does it really amount to anything? No. Plus, all this stuff that he did by himself. Not like anybody put him up to this or convinced him to do it. So it really doesn't have any whole lot of bearing on the facts of this case. The thing she said, though, is this is a person who is completely unable to handle strong emotion, poor control of emotions. She's pretty adamant about that. Well, that's interesting, too, because these three cases, Richard, Laura, and Nick, there was nothing emotional about this. That's the cold, calculated, and premeditated aggravator. And with Jamie, it may have been. With Jamie, he might have gotten all upset, angry. It might have been in the heat of emotion. Not that that would have excused it, not that it did excuse it. But that's not what these crimes were. This was hours, days of thought. It doesn't really have any bearing on what we're talking about. Some other things about Dr. Holmes. You may recall she testified that the defendant was held back in the 3rd grade. Wrong. He was held back in the 6th grade. Very different circumstance. When his parents decided it would be a good idea for him to repeat 6th grade because he wasn't doing well in school, even then, even after they were trying to get him treatment for ADHD. Dr. Holmes said after killing Jamie, he was struggling because he was caring for 2 kids. The audacity of trying to say that might in any way mitigate because he killed their mother. He's struggling to take care of 2 kids because he killed her. He put himself in that position. But she did say it. Other interesting thing. She said she gave the defendant the MCMI, I'm calling it a personality test. Now, I wouldn't put too much stock in the personality test like that, but it's one of the things that they use to do things. However, what did she say? She said, for our next witness we're going to talk about, it did not show post-traumatic stress disorder in 2023. So then we get Dr. Campbell. He's the post-traumatic stress disorder guy. He was literally hired to evaluate, does he have PTSD? And lo and behold, he finds out, he has PTSD. That's what I do. Pay me a bunch of money so I can come in and say he has PTSD. So, a couple fun things Dr. Campbell said. He said, people are not eager to talk about past trauma, except that we saw the interview with Detective Anderson. Dr. Campbell, I don't believe, had reviewed it. And we saw that it's like one of the first things he comes out with Detective Anderson. I have trauma. The defendant even claims he has PTSD from being cold from when he was homeless. So the defendant is, and just in the Facebook messages, he's very, wears his trauma on his sleeve for sympathy. Also, careful. What did Dr. Campbell say exactly? He says, when Dr. Campbell saw him in 2019, that he had post-traumatic stress disorder. He said, it would be unethical for me to diagnose him with that at a past point. He said, well, there are things that look like they're symptoms from back then, but I can't diagnose him with that back then. But note, Campbell is seeing him in 2019 after he had killed 4 people and been on the run for a period of time. And we'll look at that. Let's look at that a little further. What else did Dr. Campbell tell us? That his nature of work is largely based on self-report. Self-report's really important because what's traumatic to me might not be traumatic to you, and vice versa. had that conversation with him. And what the defendant reported as trauma was, it was initiated by his first wife leaving him. Well, can you blame her? He beat her. Indications are he choked her. He was horrible to her. And now he's traumatized that she left him? He doesn't get credit for that. She did the same thing that Lisa Svensson did and got out of a potentially dangerous situation. He also, other thing Dr. Campbell said is he cited was homelessness. And that with his mom and stepdad, he had, quote, learned they don't care, wasn't going to get any help, end quote. Let's look at that for just a second. Talk about this a little bit later too, but Lisa and Paul Svensson, they appear like people. They did everything they could for that kid. They tried to get him treatment when he needed treatment. Even when his biological father committed suicide, they got him treatment. He didn't want it, didn't respond. When he got a girl pregnant, they are providing for him. They're trying to set them up. They're doing everything they can to make that guy over there successful. Everything that they knew how to do. And he has the audacity to say through a psychologist that he learned they didn't care and wasn't going to get any help. And that trauma that this defendant claims of homelessness is all self-inflicted. He was only homeless because he wanted to be homeless. He was only homeless because he wanted to smoke marijuana and be a criminal instead of having a place to live. And they still tried to work with him. They're like, they set up the shed. The defense has a picture. Look at this horrible shed. And his mother says, that's not the way it looked when he was living in it. We had just built it. We set it up nice. It was like camping, but we still tried to make a provision for him. It was only for a couple days. But despite all of the bad behavior he was engaging in and all the pain that he'd already put them through, they were still trying to care for him. So he doesn't get credit for trauma because he decided to be homeless. And the other source of trauma is that in between killing Jamie and these three people, that he was distressed, anxious, paranoid, fearful, and he's traumatized by that. He killed somebody and was traumatized because of the thought that he might get caught. You don't get credit for that. So, does that weigh at all? No. Dr. Woe said there's a difference in his verbal and nonverbal scores. I believe he said verbal was average. Nonverbal was average to low average. He's still average. And his IQ was average. But the difference is abnormal. Means it's unusual. You don't see it all the time. Is that weighty mitigator? Absolutely not. Does it weigh more heavily than any of this stuff? Not even close. Not even one. But you look at those three doctors and, diagnoses and this and that. Well, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there is a diagnosis for this defendant that encompasses all that. Selfishness. Selfishness. This defendant's actions in the past, his actions then, selfishness. And you can see the pattern of that throughout his statements, throughout everything that he is doing. Selfishness. At 12:27 in the morning on January 4th, 2019, he is talking to his mother on the phone, and he tells her he wants her to take his kids. She didn't know any of this was coming. Just a call out of the blue like, hey, I killed 4 people. By the way, can you raise my kids for me? And then he says, if this is my dying wish. Selfishness. That's what he wants. He's got no concern for her. No concern for her life. No concern for what she's doing. No concern. His only concern is that he gets what he wants. And he's willing to pull on her heartstrings to do it and manipulate, because that's what he does. So Vincent Del Santer we heard from. What did we really learn from him? Nothing. We had a lot of Jamie bashing in the defense's case. We had a lot of, oh, she's so horrible. Well,
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes?
Or I'll just... Objection.
All right, overruled, you may continue.
but Mr. Del Santer did tell us something interesting. The defendant showed up in February 2018. Jamie's been dead for weeks, because this would be in Ohio. Kids were dirty, and the defendant just wanted this guy, Del Santer, to watch his kid for him. Selfishness. And also the defendant told him his wife had been arrested in Florida, because he lies. Lisa Chuppa, Paul Chuppa, what did we really learn from them? Again, just more attempts to bash Jamie. The defendant tried to get his job again. They didn't hire him. They were under the impression Jamie had been arrested in Florida because this defendant lied about her. Most of what they knew about Jamie, not everything, but most of what they knew about Jamie came from this defendant. How many other lies had he told them about her? Cheryl Purpura, again, more Jamie bashing. Michelle Justice, same thing. Don't really get a lot of information.
Objection, same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So Michelle Justice says Jamie would call looking for the defendant if he was working after hours, keep calling, wondering why he's not home. Well, remember, timeline of this, Jamie is barely 18 years old with a new child at home. Is it unreasonable? Now, granted, no one's going to say here that Jamie didn't have some issues or that Jamie was an easy person to get along with all the time. But I mean, are we really going to trash her because she's calling to find out where the defendant is when she's at home with a new baby that he impregnated her with when she was 17? Rachel Rigby, you got a poem, part of a poem. What's interesting about her is the defendant also lied to her, kind of out of the blue. I say out of the blue. It was the beginning of a conversation. They were not independently talking. It was new day. The defendant just comes out with, hey, my wife Jamie committed suicide. One, it's a lie. And two, why is he telling her? Play on sympathy. Heard from Maria Deliberato and Grace Hanna. Both of them work for an organization that is devoted, and they've made it a lot of their life's work, devoted to ending the death penalty, because they don't like it. And Grace Hanna gave this defendant an immeasurable amount of free labor to help him put out a book before all of us were here today. She said she spent a year working on it, typing it up at various points, an hour here, an hour there. Maria Deliberato, sure, great. He's nice to them. And the defendant is great when people are catering to him, when people are serving him, when people are, oh, how are you doing? How are things with you? How wonderful are you? When everybody is serving him. Really, what do they give you? Not a whole lot. Nothing of significance. Raul Benasco. That's a fun one. On the one hand, he seems to want to portray general population in the Department of Corrections as this horrible, horrible situation that would be worse than death row. And death row is a country club. I mean, why are they doing that? But then he also wants you to believe that the defendant has been great in custody because he's been in protective custody by himself and he's afraid to go into general population. But his expert opinion is that he'd acclimate great to general population. Nothing of substance. So now let's look at, now defense admitted a whole bunch of records. I mean, I want to say it's in excess of 6,000 pages. And I don't know that you would be expected to go through all of those, but there is some interesting things in there. And so, of course, I'm an attorney, I can't help myself. I'm going to go through them. If you look at the school record, you'll find out first grade.
Excuse me? Yes. Jury, we're going to give everyone a 10-minute comfort break, and then I will finish up with Mr. Sarabia's closing, and then we'll take lunch, okay? See you in 10 minutes. Do not talk about this among yourselves or with anybody else yet. You can't do that until you deliberate. That's what you call it, so it looks very inconspicuous over there. No issues. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
All right, Circuit Court will be in brief recess for 10 minutes until the call of the court.
let's bring in our jurors.
Jurors in the jury box stage, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Mr. Sarabia. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Again, trying to be respectful of time, so I'm going to jump right in. The records. They show, starting in 2001 school year, first grade, defendant, grades are all over the place. He's a first grader. Comments are supportive. That kind of continues for the next couple of years. You get to fourth grade. Mostly now he's at B's and C's. Comments are still generally supportive. He's clearly got an attention problem. He wastes time, they tend to say. Fifth grade year, now he's mostly at C's. Again, teachers are supportive, which, by the way, again, his parents paid to put him through private school. They did everything they could. Sixth grade, you see comments like he's not working to his full potential. They're requesting parent-teacher conference. Continues to work below his ability, needs to complete assignments. He gets F's in math, D's in science, C's and D's in language arts, F's and C's in spelling, C's, D, and an F in social studies, and gets marked for wastes time. So we don't have any records for the next sixth grade year, but we know he gets held back in sixth grade. So then seventh grade, towards the end of seventh grade, May 8th, to May 9th of 2008. The attendance records show he was suspended for a day and a half. So already he is not doing well. And that would be before he visits his father on the trip to Texas. That later in the summer. The records go on. They're not great. There's decreased performance in early 2010, which I believe that equate to his ninth grade year. And then later that year, so it would be actually the next school year, or beginning of the next school year, where his father commits suicide. Now, is it tragic? Sure it is. Does that mean you get to kill 4 people? No. And we'll talk about it a little more. But 2011, in March, he gets suspended for 10 days. And then in October of 2011, he gets suspended for 2 days. Remember, his parents went in to try to make sure that he did not get expelled. He rewarded them by getting suspended again and getting expelled. In fact, you can see some attendance records where student did not go home last night and did not come to school. Student is 18. Mom doesn't know where he is. He didn't come home last night. You see a couple of notes like that. Because that's what this defendant was putting his mother through and the school. Now you can see from those records, it's actually, I believe, page 265 of the Metro Health records, if you're interested, that the defendant's first daughter, Mackenzie, is born September 20th of 2012, which means that he had already gotten Caitlin pregnant 9 months before that, and that relationship went badly. So, some of these slides. October 13th, 2012, October 16th, 2012. The defendant checks himself into whatever hospital this is, Metro Health. I'm going to call it Metro Health. He claims he's having suicidal thoughts. He's feeling, see what he says on this particular slide. He came in with bruising all over his body due to his wife and him having physical arguments. Now keep in mind, this is Caitlin. This is his first wife. This is not Jamie. Patient states that him and his wife have been having physical arguments over the comments he makes. Patient wants to kill himself, has no plan. Patient doesn't want to harm anybody else. Patient also with black eye and bruise on left forearm. Patient states they are from his wife. Per patient, wife is not abusive. He is abusive to her. We go through these records where we see it. Now, remember too, when he's talking to Detective Anderson, he admits to this. He agrees that he abused Caitlin. He was the bad guy in that relationship. More records from this visit. Patient feeling depressed due to having a lot of fights with wife. Few days ago, attempted to take pills and suicide attempt was stopped by wife before he could take them. See, it's all a manipulation tactic with him. He's throwing a fit and forcing other people to take care of him, like Caitlin. Had a fight with wife yesterday, punched her during the fight. And then denies history of alcohol use, other stuff. Denies drug use, although we know that's not true. And then we get, again, same visit. And about middle of the paragraph, wanted to roll an anger management program to get a better control of things going on in his life. 3-week-old baby, new house, recently married. Was also concerned that the argument with his wife 3 days ago escalated into physical violence, expressed that he would never do anything to hurt her and that he only grabbed her and slapped her a few times. And then another part of that visit, and this is kind of in the middle of the thought, but on October, they didn't put the date, but October of 2012, clearly before this visit, patient's wife came into the emergency department stating that she had had a physical altercation with her husband. Wife reports being pushed by a patient and hitting her head. Wife was given pain medication and discharged to home from emergency department. So we see who the problem is here. And again, there's more things like that in those records. I submit to you that you can't go through 6,000 pages of records. That's why I have done it for you. October 27th, so still with Caitlin. This is probably the end of being with Caitlin. Defendant goes to Parma Community Hospital for a cut on his fourth finger because he punched a glass, causing it to break, cutting his finger. This was the incident where it got really bad and he choked her, but you see, like, he had cuts on his finger. And notice here, it says, a little harder than I'd hoped, but they're waiting to take him into custody on this set. It says the police department is waiting to take him into custody. And it's my eyes are not as good as they used to be. So I apologize for that. That makes me concerned about some of the rest of these slides. Yeah, right there. So where it says disposition physician, you go down about 3 lines and it says disposition, discharge from the emergency department. Condition good. Discharged to police custody. That's the end of the relationship with Kate. Remember that he broke a glass over her head? Well, was the result. He went to the emergency department to get his hand fixed. There you go. Notice, too, this is all before the head injury. Because on December 15, 2012, he comes in with this head injury. How did it happen? Well, he says he doesn't remember, but his friend was there and reported that they were at the East 93rd Street gas station, and the defendant saw a friend who owed him money. His friend reported that the defendant and the friend got into a fight over the money. And you can look through other parts of the records, but the other guy swung at the defendant, causing him to fall and hit his head on the ground. And he lost consciousness for 10 seconds. That's the defendant trying to muscle up money from somebody. That's why he got a head injury, because he's going around being violent. And also in this visit, he reports, I don't have a home, I bounce around, I'm staying with a friend. The relationship with Caitlin had ended by now. Remember, they were only together for a month or two after the baby was born, and she got out because she saw the writing on the wall. So, he was the same person before the head injury that he was after the head injury. A couple other fun things in this period of the records, if you happen to look. Defendant admits to being a daily marijuana smoker, things of that nature. So we know the defendant, at this point, he's homeless. He's homeless because he chooses to be so, and really bouncing around at friends' houses. But eventually, July 2015, we know that he meets, and this is actually in the records, didn't put this on slide for you, but it's in there, that he moved to Florida in July of 2015. In July 2015, he'd go to West Palm Beach to live with Richard, out of the kindness of Richard's heart. He is taking in this defendant, who is Nick's friend. Remember, Jamie, he meets Jamie through Nick. He's now both of their friends, but they don't get married yet. Jamie's not pregnant yet. Because we know that he marries Jamie in November of 2015. So, in December 21st, 2015, I heard from Tammy Fox. She was one of the Zoom officers. What'd she tell us? She responded to a situation where Jamie was suicidal, and they took Jamie to the hospital. There was no domestic violence. So again, just bashing Jamie. Then we heard from Scott Thomas, who told us January 3rd, 2016, again, still in Florida. Jamie is 5 months pregnant, which again, you can do the math there. She's only been 18 for 4 months at that point. So the defendant had impregnated another 17-year-old, and she is suicidal. So, she is taken to the hospital. Again, nobody says anything about domestic violence there. Remember, Richard's around. Richard's there. So then, in January 2016, after that visit, the defendant and Jamie moved back to Ohio, and now they're living with Laura. So again, two of the people that this defendant killed, and even the third one, they all took him in. They treated him like family. They helped support him. So, April 27th. We heard from Officer Sestak of the Cleveland Police Department, April 2016, about 4 a.m. Now, keep in mind, this would have been like right after Bella is born. They're called. There's an incident. And remember, Jamie was saying then that the defendant attacked her and choked her until she urinated on herself. Now, remember, too, this is actually in the, I believe that the officer testified about this, that like the defendant was claiming that Jamie attacked him and pepper sprayed him. Well, remember, we have some insight into this. Paul and Lisa Svensson told us that they went over and they smelled pepper spray. This is that incident. Baby just been born. So what's going on here? What's interesting about that? Jamie went to the hospital. Jamie's not there. Paul and Lisa get there because law enforcement has told them to come pick up the child. Well, that's interesting. The defendant's still there. Why do they need to pick up the child if the defendant's still there? So, of course there was a smell of pepper spray. The defendant choked Jamie until she urinated on herself. And what do we have to show us that? Well, what do we know? The defendant has told us that he choked Jamie in her final hours. He told us that he choked Jamie. This is his go-to. This is what he's been doing all along. Watch as the records progress. May 12, 2016. Kind of interesting, and I plugged that in so you can see. Oh, I'm sorry. This one's actually from August 10th of 2016, just a FYI. There at the bottom, the defendant said he attended to 11th grade and dropped out when parents kicked him out of the house, was kicked out for smoking weed. Just to be clear, that we all know what the reason was. He also, clearly he couldn't keep a job for more than a couple months, but he knew why he got kicked out. He knew the reason why he decided to live homeless, smoking weed. They would have taken him back. He just needed to not be a criminal, which is not unreasonable. So this should be May 12, 2016. And here we have the defendant saying he feels like a terrible person, all that stuff. He often gets angry and sad. Defendant has been feeling that way for a long time. A year ago, he was homeless for 6 to 8 months. Had been married since November 2015. There you go, in case you're wondering where it is in the record. Baby is 2 weeks old. So we know, I believe maybe the next slide, he says, yes. So there at the bottom, he says, last time in marijuana was January 2016. He's been studying for religion. He used to use it daily, quit cold turkey, and after quitting was more irritable and angry. Plus, let's go up above. Again, this is May 12, 2016. He says, have you ever been a victim of physical, sexual, emotional abuse? No. Have you ever been physically, sexually, emotionally abused by, or have you ever physically, sexually, emotionally abused another person? He claims no. And have you ever witnessed? Well, he says saw fights in jail, so he's responding. But he is not a victim of physical abuse. So then we get Sergeant Dale Carlton, you heard from the defense. August 28th of 2016, he said he responded and Jamie was sitting on top of the defendant and he was holding her arms. What's interesting about that is that he agreed that Jamie said that the defendant had been beating her for the past year. A couple days earlier, the defendant grabbed her arms and twisted them while she was driving, causing the car to spin out. You may remember now which of these this was. And then that day, August 28th, she told the defendant she was leaving. He got upset, grabbed her, and began to choke her. There's that choking again. Now, it's a shame. She told the defendant she was leaving. Oh, that she could have been as strong as Lisa Svensson at this time. Oh, that she could have left this defendant at that time. So then we end up, and they start to get hard to read. This one is from September 4th, 2016. So, the paragraph says, history of violence or victimization. Patient has been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive to his wife for the past year. Patient states that he will grab her so hard
Then he leaves bruises and has hit and choked her in the past. History of trauma or abuse, him, patient denies. Right there in black and white. That's him alone talking to medical professionals. And their family wishes to see again. Patient states he is not close with his mother or stepfather after he was kicked out at the age of 18 once his parents discovered he was smoking marijuana. Except that we know that Paul and Lisa Svensson have still been doing everything they can to support him and even helped the defendant and Jamie move in and even came and helped them with the baby months before this. That's the kind of gratitude they get. If you look through the records, you'll see he's discharged from this day on September 17, 2016. Well, then we move and we heard from Officer Zimmerman and Officer Adams. The French called them. They described October 5th of 2016. Law enforcement gets there and the defendant is feeling suicidal. He wants to go to the hospital. So they take him right to the hospital. Once he has gone to the hospital, Jamie says she's hysterical. She doesn't want the defendant to get in trouble, but she says that they had an argument. And during the argument, the defendant choked her, threw her against the wall, and bit her on the left shoulder. And I think you even have photographs that the defense entered from this. I think there's a photograph of a bite on her Jamie's shoulder, and the defendant has injuries as well, which of course he does if he's choking her. I don't remember now if I switched the slides. Oh, look at that! I blew it up for you guys. I went and bothered to get close. And just so you want to know where this is, it's between page 33 and 35 of 229 on these records, which would make it 34. You can't read the 34 though, so I helped you out. But yeah, if you couldn't read it before, there it is. History of violence. The victim is a patient, has been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive to his wife for the past year. Patient states that he will grab her so hard that he leaves bruises and has hit and choked her in the past. And he lost his job at the end of July. That would coordinate with the Chappos. And then this slide, same period of hospitalization. Defendant states, I am a horrible person. I am mentally and physically abusive to his wife. He feels his anger gets out of control. He claims he overdosed with intent to kill himself. Reports depression for 2 months since losing his job for arguing with the owner. That's the Chuckles. That's why he lost the job, for arguing with the owner. He said. And then states that he has been angry his whole life. He was homeless in the past before he was married. He's been married since November. He reports a good relationship with his wife when he is not abusive. He wants to learn to control his anger and not abuse his wife. He denies abuse as a child or an adult. Which makes sense. Again, the Svensons, Paul and Lisa are good people. Recent THC use, once recently. He reports rage episodes, has abused a dog in the past, has physically abused his wife. He was kicked out of his parents' home for using weed. That's what the records for October 5th look like. That's what the defendant says about what's been going on in that home with Jamie for that period of time. And he gets discharged from that stay October 12th, 2016. Actually goes into custody again because there was the domestic violence incident. And then he goes back to Parma Hospital when he gets out of custody. But he ends up moving, or I'm sorry, there is a February 15, 2017, he has a visit, and here you can see just interesting information. He says, no real, this is the wrong one. No, I'm sorry, this is still from October 5th and 6th. Up at the top. Patient, please tell me that our patient punched his wife and she is 14 weeks pregnant and was taken to Metro. Please states that she too has scratch marks and bite marks all over arms and neck, just as the patient does. And then we can go back to the bottom here, which is actually on the 6th, I'm making this note. Patient wife called requesting to speak to the patient. Wife informed he is not allowed to take any calls at the time. If you read the other notes, he doesn't want to talk to her. Patient's wife asked that I pass a message to patient. Their daughter was seen in the emergency department for a dislocated elbow, but is fine now. Why is she telling him that? Patient informed the message stated that his wife is an effing liar, and there's no way that could have happened. Why is he saying that? She's trying to indicate to him, you did hurt the child. And he's lashing out, no, you're a liar. So then the next record after that, patient verified his daughter's name and date and birth date, was informed that she was in fact seen in the emergency department for an elbow dislocation. Now patient's requesting a phone call to his wife. And now February 15th. It's interesting at the bottom, last couple sentences. Not really anxious, no real conflicts with wife. Wife has her mother, who is supportive of their family. What Laura got for being supportive of this defendant and the family that Jamie was trying to keep was hammer blows to the head. Mother-in-law takes either his wife or his daughter from time to time. And March 2nd, 2017, if you look through the records, you see it's another defendant calls 911, says he's thinking about suicide. They come, they get him. And he says, when they go through the checklist with him, specify screen, is he safe at home? Yes. Afraid of someone hurting you? No. Suspected abuse or neglect? No. And if you read through the other of those records, you'll see that the issue was, he says the issue was a recent breakup and verbal fight with wife. Lo and behold, his wife comes to his bedside, make sure he's okay. Records show that. And then later he says he worked it out with his wife and he feels much better now. Manipulation. When he's violent, when he's nasty, when he causes problems, when he might be in danger of arrested, now he's suicidal. And then, oh, poor Shelby. All right. So those are the highlights of the records. There's a lot of other stuff in there. But again, I think I went through about 13 or 14 pages. I'm not going to sit here and go through 200 pages with you. And certainly there's points in there where the defendant does allege abuse. There's points in there where he blames Jamie for this, blames Jamie for that. But you see very clearly that there is also a recognition of his responsibility, and he chokes her. What do you think she's going to do when he chokes her, which he ultimately does? She's going to scratch him, because that's the only way she can survive. And I suspect if we'd have seen this defendant shortly after he killed Jamie Ivancic and she's dead in the bathtub, we would have seen a lot of scratch marks then too. So now let's look at the mitigators. Now, before we get there, one thing I did want to say. Paul and Lisa Svensson again. Great people. Lisa Svensson escaped a horrible situation for the better of her child. If only Jamie had been so lucky. But one thing that they said, both of them said that the defendant called them in January 2018 for help. Well, we fleshed that out a little bit. The help he needed was, they didn't know it,
But he killed Jamie, and he needed someone to help him watch his kids. So, going through the mitigators. The things you will be instructed about. Number one, first-degree murder was committed while Shelby Nealy was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. So I submit to you, I don't even know that that's established. I guess if we look at what Dr. Campbell said, that he was going through paranoia in between killing Jamie and killing Richard, Laura, and Nick, I guess we could try and shoehorn extreme mental or emotional disturbance in there. But do you get credit for being on the run? And again, it's not paranoid if it's legitimate. He's afraid he's going to get caught. That's actually the motive why he kills them. He is afraid he's going to get caught, and that should be some sort of influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. I tell you, that's not established. If it is established to any extent, it weighs nothing. The next point of mitigation, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. So, you guys go by what you remember, but I don't recall any evidence of that whatsoever. There is nothing that said that he wasn't, in fact, I believe Detective Anderson went through those questions with him, that he wasn't fully in control of his faculties, that over the course of time that he thought and planned about doing this and executing it, that he did not completely understand what he was doing. In fact, he mentions it. He talks about with Detective Anderson about, death penalty could be on the table. It was really bad. He understands what he's doing, and he has every ability to behave himself. So I submit to you again, that is not established. And to the extent that it could be, that it doesn't weigh a thing. Third mitigator. Defendant's age at the time of the crime. So he was 25 years old. 25 years old, like he's an adult. He's a man. Brain is fully formed, all that stuff, as if that would even matter. But he's been living on his own for a while. He's made a lot of bad decisions up to then. But I submit to you, there's nothing really about his age when this happened that mitigates. And to the extent that it might, it doesn't weigh even enough to begin to start to touch one of the aggravators. So the existence of any other factors in Shelby Nealy's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. So I can only address the ones that are provided and that I can think of. Doesn't mean that there's not more, and it doesn't mean that if there are, that they weigh anything or that they outweigh any of these. But I'm going to go through the list of suggested mitigators. So, 1, Shelby Nealy immediately gave up his right to remain silent when he was arrested. I'm actually going to combine this one with a couple of the others. Number 2, Shelby Nealy immediately confessed the murder of Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. Number 3, Shelby Nealy immediately confessed to killing Jamie Ivancic, which was unsolved. Number 4, Shelby Nealy pled guilty and accepted responsibility for the murders in this case. And number 5, Shelby Nealy pled guilty to the lesser offense of manslaughter for Jamie Ivancic. We'll talk about those in a group. First, the confession. Did he waive his rights? Sure he did. Did he confess? Sure he did. But number 1, why did he do that? Because he thought he was caught. He thought the game was already over. And now, at that point, control the narrative. Enjoy the attention. Enjoy the publicity. I mean, there's a couple times that here first as being a high-profile case. I'm kind of excited about that. What he did not do was, after he killed Jamie, drive to the police station and turn himself in then. That might have been an impressive confession. Or, after he killed Richard, say, I shouldn't have done that, and confess then. No. They track him down in Ohio. They put him in handcuffs. They take him to the police station. The jig is up. And he's not wrong. Like, he was dead in the water at that point, regardless. So once he's caught, once the game is over, he confesses. Now, and Detective Anderson said a lot of nice things to him. It's all for purposes of trying to get as much information from him as possible. They're all interview techniques. He says nice things like, well, you know, it's nice. I'll have theories and it's good to know. Not to hear it from the defendant. Like he's buttering him up. And this defendant is absolutely eating it up. It works. It's great. Detective Anderson did a fantastic job with this case in multiple respects, especially in talking to the defendant. So, do we really give the defendant a lot of weight for confessing? And I submit to you, maybe we give him a little weight. But it doesn't touch a single one of these aggravators. It doesn't weigh nearly to any of these aggravators. And now, guilty plea and accepting responsibility. So, and again, we spent a lot of time presenting, and I went through a lot of the evidence in this case. What's one of the reasons I did that? Because before we even get to the confession, before we even admitted the confession, it was very, very clear that this defendant was guilty. We could try this case without the confession and still prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt all day long. Why is he plead guilty? It's his only option. There's strategic reasons, I'm sure, for doing it, but he pleads guilty in 2023, December of 2023, 4 years later. Not exactly running to the, hey, I'm sorry, I'm taking responsibility. So do we really give him a lot of weight for that? I submit to you, no. We could have done this whole process with or without his guilty plea. Next one. Shelby Nealy's mother experienced domestic violence before, during, and after Shelby's birth and had to escape that relationship. Now, completely agree that that happened. No disagreement there. But what does it really mitigate for this defendant? Lisa Svensson is not on trial here. If she was, potentially a decent mitigator for her. Still wouldn't weigh nearly as much as any of these things. But for the defendant, he wasn't even old enough to remember or experience any of that stuff. Thankfully. And because his mother made sure of that. But so do we weigh heavily or at all those facts? Number 7, Shelby Nealy was sexually abused by his stepmother at age 15. Well, let's talk about that for a minute. The only one who says that is the defendant. The only one that he appears to initially say it to is Dr. Campbell. And then, I'm sorry, Dr. Holmes. And then they compare notes, and then Dr. Campbell asks him about it. I mean, there are many, many, many contacts this guy has with medical professionals about mental health. And he is wearing his sleeve, his emotions on his sleeve all the time. That never comes up. And honestly, it sounds more like a porno fantasy of this defendant's than it does reality. So I submit to you.
Denigration and mitigation.
I submit to you that that has not been established. It probably didn't happen. And even if it did, not once does he talk about it or bring it up in any up until 2023. So clearly was not a significant factor. And they say sexually abused, and sure, an adult should not be having sex with a 15-year-old child. But I don't know that it was something, if it happened, that he was against or that he was upset about. So, again, no weight. Shelby Nealy's biological father had rejected him and abandoned him as a child. Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, I would give him, so I'd lump that with number 9. Shelby Nealy's father, biological father, committed suicide one day after his 17th birthday, and Shelby was inconsolable and believed it was his fault. Now, no doubt about it. Bobby Nealy sounds like a terrible human being. He didn't kill 4 people, but glad that Lisa Svensson escaped him, glad that she got the defendant out, and sure, That is something in his background that perhaps provides some mitigation. But everybody comes from somewhere. There is no such thing as the perfect childhood, or the perfect parents, or the perfect situation. Everybody has challenges. And in terms of this, his mother did everything she could to protect him from that. And the reality is he really didn't have much of a relationship with this guy. And although this guy committed suicide, this was not the glowing father figure that had been there all his life that he suddenly lost. This was just a miserable human being who maybe there was a potential to try and build a relationship with that he never had. And you know what? Benson is 100% better, and the defendant has the advantage of him. Much better situation. So is that a consideration? The things about his father considered? Sure. Sure, that is a consideration. Does it weigh heavily? And does it outweigh any of these things? Not even close. Not even one of them. Shelby Nealy is loved by his stepfather, Paul Svensson, who accepts Shelby as his own son. Sure, I agree that that's true. How does it mitigate the defendant, though? Like, it is great, and we'll talk about this in a few moments, but it is great that there are people who love this defendant, that cared for him. You know, I'm not sure which would be worse, people loving him or if people had hated him all his life and he had a miserable upbringing, something, because by most accounts, with a couple of bad things, like his biological father committing suicide, he really had a good childhood. He even says so, Detective Anderson. I had a good childhood. But does the fact that his stepfather loves him and accepts him as his own son, does that mitigate? Does it weigh anything? No. I submit to you it does not. Shelby Nealy experienced homelessness. I mean, yeah, I agree, he did. Does it mitigate? Absolutely not. He experienced homelessness because he refused to get any help. He experienced homelessness because he wanted to smoke marijuana and be a criminal. He experienced homelessness because he didn't get his act together to make money and support himself, even though his parents set him up with an apartment, paid the security deposit, had everything furnished. They put him out in a position where he could have succeeded. So the fact that he experienced homelessness, does that weigh anything? Not at all. Number 12, Shelby Nealy loves his children. He was very protective and concerned about his children when he was arrested and during his interviews. All right, let's talk about that. Shelby Nealy loves his children. He loves saying he loves his children. But let's look at how he's really treated these children. One, he's not even a part of the first child's life. And that may be a good decision on the part of the mother, but maybe he cares about her from afar. But has he really ever done anything for Mackenzie? So what about Bella and Oliver? Does he love his children? Well, he loves them enough to strangle their mother, probably many, many times, probably for the last time in front of Bella, and bash her head in with a hammer and leave her body in the tub for many days. Not take good care of the kids, because we know when they get to Vincent Del Santo in February that they're dirty and messy. Not enough to get his act together. Not enough to be responsible. Certainly not enough to stop him from driving to Florida and killing their grandparents and their uncle. And then staying in the house with 3 rotting bodies for 9 days with 2 kids. 2 kids who I'm sure loved having a COVID mask on. Feeding them chicken McNuggets, cereal, and pizza. The only person Shelby Nealy loved in all that situation, when he came up with that plan, and when he drove back, and when he was lying, and this and that, was himself. He may love the idea of him being a good father, But does he really love his children? Does any of his actions actually indicate that? I submit to you that that is not there. And very protective and concerned about his children when he was arrested and during his interviews. Yeah, so he asked about them. Great. Did I actually do anything? No, I submit to you it weighs nothing. 13, Shelby Nealy was a victim of domestic violence by Jamie Ivancic. I'm not sure that's established. Looks a lot more like Jamie Ivancic was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of this defendant. By his own admission in the medical records. So I submit to you that not established, but even to the extent, clearly he did suffer injuries at her hands. No dispute about that. Probably justified, probably warranted. But to the extent that he suffered those injuries at her hands, does that mitigate anything? Does that mitigate him coming and killing Richard and Laura and Nick to cover up killing Jamie? No, it doesn't weigh. None of this stuff weighs. Number 14, defendant was immature and naive. Everybody's been immature and naive at some point. I'm not sure what we're talking about there, but immature and naive doesn't weigh. During the last 6 years, Shelby Nealy has spent his time constructively, including writing a self-published book. Well, he had a team around him to help him do that. Did he do that? Yeah, great. Is it established? Sure, it's established. Does it weigh anything? No, not in comparison to any of these aggravators. Should Shelby Nealy have any proceeds from publishing his books, he would like those proceeds to go to his mother and children. Great, he's got aspirations. He's got intentions. Who knows if he would even follow through with them if he made any money from his book. But does intentions, do his intentions or stated intentions weigh? No, they do not. They do not weigh a darn thing. There's no quality of mitigators here. Shelby Nealy has been in disciplinary infraction since his arrest. Appears to be true. He's been in solitary confinement. His defense team has made sure of that. In fact, you heard testimony that when there was danger that you might be put in general population, he called them all concerned and ended up staying in solitary confinement. Now, it's not as easy to get infractions when you're not actually interacting with anybody, but sure, he did not. Does it weigh anything? No. No, it doesn't. Corrections staff at the jail have commented, quote, they wish they had inmates as well behaved as Shelby Nealy, end quote. Now, I believe this may have come out through Ms. Deliberato, whose sole goal in life is to end the death penalty. And I could be wrong. If you remember differently than me, go by what you remember. But we don't know the names of any of these people. We don't know in what context it was said. It really, if anything, goes along with the one above it about no disciplinary infractions. Does it weigh anything? It does not. I'm sure he was very well behaved from about December 7th of 2018 until December 14th of 2018 to December 14th of 2018 as well. Number 19, Shelby Nealy was diagnosed with ADHD when he was 6, but was not started on his medication until the 3rd grade. I mean, is that a true fact? Perhaps. Does it weigh anything? No, it does not. If anything, it just shows his parents were trying to be as good as possible to him. They were trying to give him as best an opportunity to succeed as they possibly could and knew how to. And what's interesting is he actually starts to do worse after that point. Shelby Nealy was held back in school. I mean, true, but does that mitigate? Does it weigh anything? No, it does not. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we only got a few more of these to go through. Shelby Nealy was expelled from school in the 11th grade because of his behavior. Yeah, that's true. Does it mitigate? I would say no, it does not. It weighs nothing. It does not mitigate. Shelby Nealy got his GED since his arrest. Okay, that's true. Again, there's a defense team around him and activists around him. that are encouraging him to do things to make his package look better. Now, GED, great. Glad he finally did it. Is it mitigation? Okay, sure. Does it weigh anything? No, it doesn't weigh anything. But would have been nice if he had done that way back in 2012 or 2013 and put himself, taken advantage of the good opportunity his parents were providing him and taken advantage of that and put himself on a responsible course at that point. Shelby Nealy got a certificate for a paralegal degree since his arrest. Again, same thing. Is it true? Sure. Does it weigh? No. Defendant has been Baker active 5 times, first time when he was 19. Okay. Sure. You go look through the records, it happened. But does it weigh anything? I mean, again, there appear to be over and over suicidal threats or suicidal thoughts every time he gets violent with a wife of his. He was diagnosed with major depressive disorder. Sure, Dr. Holmes diagnosed him with major depressive disorder. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Does it weigh anything? It does not. He is diagnosed with dependent personality disorder. Again, doesn't play into the facts of this case at all, really. Does it weigh anything? It does not. He's been prescribed antidepressants for most of his adult life. I mean, sure, but what does that weigh? Nothing. That only shows that people have been trying to help this guy all of his life. All of his life, people have been trying to prevent him from getting here. But he was determined to get here. Defendant is diagnosed with PTSD. Again, same as the others. Basically, he has PTSD because he killed 4 people. Does that mitigate? Not at all. Does it weigh anything? Not even a little. Defendant loves his brother Alex, who had stage 4 cancer. It could be true. I'm not sure what he's done to give any indication that he loves his brother, other than perhaps say it and continue to be selfish. Certainly, he didn't love his brother enough to not use drugs and be a good example when they were growing up, and instead caused a lot of pain. Caused a lot of pain for his parents that they had to deal with the defendant instead of being able to raise Alex. So I don't know that that aggravator is established, but certainly it doesn't weigh. Defendant scored in the memory section of the standardized neurological testing in the first percentile, which means 99% of the population score higher that he does. We talked about this already. I mean, did we have somebody who testified to that? Yes. Did he get paid a lot of money to testify to that? Yes. And does it weigh anything? No. Shelby Nealy has defendant has had neurological testing that reports that his brain is abnormal. Okay. Does it weigh anything? No. And again, Dr. Woe got paid a lot of money to say that. Defendant has had head injuries which resulted in a split IQ, which only occurs in 4% of the population. Well, not sure it's completely established. I believe Dr. Woe may have opined to that and dated back to the December 2012 head injury, which defendant was still a violent criminal before then, continued to be a violent criminal after that, but to what degree that mitigates? Not at all, and it doesn't weigh anything. Shelby Nealy has suffered traumatic brain injury to the right hemisphere of the brain, which impairs his ability to regulate emotions, social comportment, and perceptual reasoning. Well, again, this kind of goes along with the other two. We're talking about the same things over and over, really. But who tells us that? Dr. Woe. Dr. Woe got paid a lot of money to look at a couple things and say some very nice or interesting things about the defendant. Like that he's basically average IQ, and that some of the numbers are just unusual. They go in different directions that we don't always see all the time. In 2012, at the age of 19, defendant was choked, fell, and hit his head, causing intracranial bleeding with neurosurgery consult recommended, but he left the hospital. Yeah, we didn't focus on that part of it. He was in the hospital. They said, let's keep him under 24-hour observation. And the defendant decided, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave against medical advice. But he wasn't choked. There's no indication that happened. I read you some of the things. There's other things in there. He got hit because he got in a fight because he was collecting a debt. Does that weigh anything? That he got himself into trouble? No. He has expressed concern for the safety of his family and friends. This is a fun one. Expressed concern for the safety of his family and friends. He expressed a lot of concern for Richard and Laura and Nick and Jamie. All kinds of concern for them. Even after they were dead. It was so nice. He said very, very nice things about them. He practically eulogized them with Detective Anderson. Yeah, he has expressed lots of concern for safety of his family and his friends. Now, sure, when they're serving him, when they're doing what he wants, when they're being nice to him, sure, maybe. Words are cheap. Defendant expressed regret and remorse in his confession. Yeah, great. A lot of good that did everybody. It didn't lead to any actions on his part. So all the things that already happened. Did he express it? Sure. Does it weigh anything? No. He certainly didn't look or act like he was really sorry. Defendant can serve a purpose by helping other inmates in prison. I mean, again, intentions are wonderful. Could he? Just because he could dig ditches. There's a lot of things he could do. Does that mitigate? Does it do anything? No. And finally, defendant loves his mother and is loved by his mother. This is a lot like what we talked about with Paul. Perhaps he does love his mother. He certainly didn't do a lot over the course of his life up until now to really express that. In fact, largely expressed the opposite. Is he loved by his mother? I'm sure he is. That woman, she seems like a great woman and, again, has done a lot. But does it mitigate or really weigh anything? Unfortunately not. So let's talk about some of that. There's a couple things, and I'm almost done. Now, defense is going to get up here and talk to you in a moment, and I don't know what they're going to say. They could say any number of things. They could talk about some of the things I've talked about. They could talk about different things. But I will not have an opportunity to speak to you again. This is it. I won't have an opportunity to respond to anything that they say. It does not mean that there's not a response. If there are lots of fun pages in some of those records, if they point things out, it does not mean that there is not a response. It does not mean that I just don't want to go through 6,000 pages of records with you. I'm sure you're quite happy that I'm only talking for the 2.5 to 3 hours that I've been talking. But I do expect, I don't know, but I expect that the defense may show you photos. They're going to show you photos of the defendant when he was with his family and they were happy. I expect they may even show you photos of a depiction of what the execution chamber may look like. I never tried to sugarcoat this for you. We are here to determine whether this defendant be executed, whether the state of Florida should be allowed to kill him. And I submit to you that those are appeals to emotion, pulling on your heartstrings, really have no place. So I also expect, I don't know, maybe they won't, but I expect, based on what Mr. Brunvin said in jury selection, that they're going to appeal to mercy. Let's talk briefly about that. Boil mercy down, what is it? Unmerited favor. Something you getting something you don't deserve. Let's take a counterexample. If it's not mercy if you're getting something you do deserve. If I go steal something from Walmart and Mr. Doeg's up here demanding the death penalty, all of you would say, no. It's not is not deserved in this situation. There's no appeal to mercy. But in a situation where I did deserve the death penalty, that's where you appeal to mercy. Now, what is justice? Getting what you deserve. And I submit to you that there's a saying in government that we have is very generous to spend other people's money, right? Like I can be generous all day long spending other people's money. I'm the most generous guy you've ever met when it's Mr. Doig's money that I'm spending. I submit to you, it's cheap to be merciful with other people's family members. And that mercy is not...
Yes, you may.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of things the judge is going to instruct you on. Your decision should not be based on sympathy for anyone, because you feel sorry for anyone, or because you're angry at anyone. We're not asking you to sentence this defendant to death because we're angry at him, or because you should be angry at it. Now, there's a lot of reason to be angry at him, but that's not the reason. Similarly, there's a lot of people to feel sorry for in this situation. Sure, you heard from a lot of the family of the victims. You also heard from the defendant's family. And they're all of them have been victimized by what the defendant has done. Defendant's parents, his family members, all of them. He has left in his life a complete wreckage of people around him. And there's a lot of things to feel sorry for about that. But that is not why we're asking you to sentence him to death. It's not lightly. We've taken 2 weeks to present evidence and testimony to you so that you understand the situation, so that you know the facts. It's not lightly that we do all that, but I submit to you, it should be easily and firmly that you deliberate and find that this defendant should be sentenced to death. Now, it is only necessary that 8 of you determine that he is sentenced to death. And the judge is going to do a great job in instructing you about the different findings. First, you find that the aggravators are committed for each victim. You go through and find whether the aggravators have been proven. And I submit to you, they're all so easy in this situation. All of them are proven. Then you weigh those aggravators, which I've given you examples and we went through it together. You weigh them and none of the mitigating circumstances here come close to outweighing even one of these aggravators. And then you determine if the appropriate sentence.
All right, members of the jury, obviously we've been discussing the law the whole time. After the closing arguments are concluded, I will instruct you on the law again. And And the verdict forms are pretty self-explanatory as to what you have to do. So please rely on the jury instructions at the end of the case here. All right, you may conclude now.
And then ultimately you get to the decision, should the defendant be sentenced to death? Is that the appropriate punishment for what he has done? And again, I've gone over it now, ad nauseum. Absolutely. You can't get around this. If he had just killed Richard, he'd be looking at a life sentence. But he went beyond and beyond and beyond. And so we're asking you, now again, with as few as 8, then the defendant can be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8, then it ends right here, he gets life in prison. But if as few as 8 determine that he should be sentenced to death, then the proceedings go forward. But I'm asking you, there's no reason for you not to unanimously come back with one voice as a jury to determine that this defendant, what he has done, the crimes that he has committed, the people that he has killed, and the aggravators that he has accumulated, that he has earned for himself the ultimate punishment that the state can give, and that is that he be executed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarabia. All right, members of the jury, it's well past lunchtime, so we'll go ahead and we'll give you an hour for lunch, and then we'll hear the closing argument by the defense, then we'll go through jury instructions, and then you'll go back and deliberate. All right? Don't talk about the case yet, not until you go back and deliberate.
Please leave your notepads on your seats, folks.
All right, very good. All right, so we'll see you back in an hour.
All right. say this to me. When I was in college, she said, whoever says money can't buy love has never been rich. Just think about that comment a second.
We've never been to Vegas.
Oh, I hate Vegas. I'll not usually rich. I just want to be not stressful. That's what I think. I've been divorced for how old am I? 30 years.
Oh, wow.
So I don't see it anymore. I'm not going back there.
So you kind of enjoy your freedom and independence?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to have someone around once in a while, but I'm not going through that hell again. Honestly.
I don't blame you, you know?
Yeah, I'm
You
fine.
get to that point, you're happy,
They're just,
leave me alone.
one bad experience after the other. It's like I was telling Judge, I'm done.
But you know what my mom always said? You know, just because you stumble across one pothole in the road, two potholes in the road, that doesn't mean the rest of the road's going to be closed. You know?
I don't
My
know.
mom used to say, a lot of good people out there.
It's different, like, when it's like men our age don't want women our age. They did the married, the kids, the ball and chain. Now they want to just act like freaks. They want to act,
No, that's not true. I got friends that were divorced and they got married like much later in life, you know. So, I mean, you and I both know when you meet the right person, you know that's the right person, you know.
yeah.
And then when that happens, you're gonna say, "This is the person I want to spend the rest of my life." You know.
That's what they say.
But if you get to that point, why would you marry each other? Look, if this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, either not. You know?
Yeah.
Share the benefits.
So weird. Like, I do a lot of divorce cases, obviously, for my job.
You hear a lot of horror stories. But you know, not all.
I know. How long have you been married?
What's that?
How long have you been married?
Long, man. It's a long time. I live with my son. So, she lives with my daughter. All right, you gonna give it a shot now, young man?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna watch you do it.
Let's see. Wi-Fi, right?
Yes, sir. That's it. Follow that.
Home stretch, home stretch.
So, you know, I bought a car once. This is for my kids.
Right.
So my daughter got her MBA. I did 4 years of pre-K college for them. Both my kids. But my daughter was like,
The little four-digit code. Oh, 4635.
Did you make one for me too? I don't need it till after all done. I can take one. Thank you.
We made a special copy for you.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Charlene copy.
I'll take it. I want pink paper.
All right. We'll get back to you next week.
But at least I did find out that WD-40 downstairs somewhere. No.
I was going to talk to one of the judges here on my way here. And, everything's in court. Find out the name.
No, I think I'm good. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, no, I think I'm good. Yeah.
Leave it because some organized.
Right.
So anyways, my son is finishing up his pharmacy degree.
Oh, nice.
So he wants to be a pharmacist. So I promised him that I'm working and getting that extra money so then he's done. And we got travel. So he loves soccer. Like, he coaches while going to school. So he actually had college scholarship to go play soccer. Senior year, he's too bad concussions, doctor said the soccer career is done. He wanted to be a doctor, so he left soccer, so he quit soccer. But
My niece just got a job. She's a kid. She just got a job pharmacy. So excited.
that's awesome.
And actually, one of my dogs there is mostly a pharmacist. She goes to school. She goes to fast. She don't know.
So he, like I said, he's traveled through, like he doesn't travel to go several times. Takes his leaving coaches over there. So, but when I retire, he and I are gonna go.
That'd be nice. You should. You live once, you gotta do it.
Yeah. So my daughter's been to the Oregon Festival. Yeah, so I told her, say, well, go. I haven't stopped giving you that's too, so.
That's a good idea.
You always have wiener dogs, haven't you?
Now that in Europe, you had golden. Pardon me?
So my kids, they adopt dogs from my so it reminds me of, you know how like babies are feeding, they just want to chew on it. All rise. Circuit court's now back in session.
All right, you may be seated. All right, let's bring the jury in. I assume they're here?
I've been quiet, you're right.
Okay.
We're waiting for one more juror to come back.
Okay.
Copy. Yes, back on the bench. Yes, 26.
All right, maybe seated. All right, all of the jurors are here, so let's go ahead and bring them in when they're ready. back, members of the jury. Mr. Tarpon, you may proceed with your closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I want to, first of all, on behalf of Shelby Nealy and the defense team, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for taking out the valuable time that is yours to be here for the past 2 weeks and to be attentive and to listen. And I know you're probably tired and you may not want to hear from me, but I'm confident that you'll listen to me for a little bit. I promise you I will not be up here for 3 hours. Now, Mr. Sarabia, in his closing argument at the very beginning and throughout, talked about fun facts. Let me be very clear. There are no fun facts in this case. Zero, none. They do not exist. Shelby Nealy, when he was about 18 years of age, shared a poem with his friend Rachel Rigby, who you heard from. The poem is in evidence, and I'm going to read it to you. And I apologize for some of the language, but it is what it is. Where the fuck are you, Dad? You're making me angry, you're making me sad. I just want you back so I can be happy, so I can be glad. I was your fucking little boy. I was your little lad. But no, not anymore. You're gone from this world, and you left me to fucking rot. Obviously, you didn't care about me a lot, because now I'm on the path of pain. The path alone was fucking trod, and this is all because of you, Father. Are you proud it ended this way? What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck am I supposed to say? And why the fuck did you do it a day after my motherfucking birthday? Father, it's your love I crave. You said you were strong. You said you were brave. But motherfucker, I was the one kneeling before your grave. You said you were brave. You said you were strong. But goddammit, you were fucking wrong. Father, I would have helped you along. I should have fucking tried. But instead, you pulled the trigger and fucking died. Then everyone asked if I was okay. This trial, members of the jury, is about the most powerful human emotion, which is love. Shelby killed Jamie, Richard, Laura, and Nicholas, and it is the most horrific and inexcusable thing that he could do. And no family should ever have to suffer as his adult children who's been sitting here through this trial, or anyone else who loved the victims in this case. Why did it happen? I would propose to you that Shelby Nealy saw himself in a situation where he was going to lose custody of his children. He was going to lose his children after having killed his wife, the mother of his children, Jamie. What led to Shelby Nealy killing her? He's pled guilty to manslaughter. You know that, related to. It suggests, I would say respectfully, that the facts were not so simple. They're not as Mr. Sarabia suggests. Rather, the story that Shelby tells when he's arrested in Ohio is probably the closest to the truth. That Jamie was having a psychotic moment. She was threatening him with a knife. She was threatening to kill his daughter. And after having been beat up again and again and again, He defended his daughter. He defended himself. Did he take it too far? He may have. But that's what happened, members of the jury. And there is evidence that's been presented to you in this case that supports that. You've seen evidence and heard witnesses testify from Ohio, from law enforcement members to people that Shelby worked with, right? And you heard about the behavior of Jamie. It's not about trashing Jamie. It's a terrible thing that happened, but we had to recognize that there is evidence that that in fact took place. The suggestion from Mr. Sarabia that Jamie was strictly just being a person who had no issues and no problems and never did anything violent to Shelby Nealy just doesn't make any sense. Shelby couldn't bear the thought of not being with them. Every horrific act that he did was so that in his mind he could get his kids and keep his kids because he couldn't bear the thought of being without them. When he kills Jamie, and we're going to talk about why and how to the extent that we can, right? But when he kills Jamie and he leaves and he lives a lie for almost a year and he puts on a facade that everything is okay, he can't talk to anyone about it. He can't tell anyone the horrible thing that he did because he's afraid. Was it the right thing to do? Of course not. Should he have gone to law enforcement, turned himself in? Absolutely. Should he have contacted his mom and dad and said, I did a terrible thing, please, I need help, what do I do? But he didn't. Instead, he lived a lie. That's the trauma that you heard about in this courtroom. That's the trauma that he is suffering during that time period because he doesn't know what to do. He's a young man. He's a young man who we know from the evidence, and you'll have medical records that you can look at, and I will talk about it here in a little bit. We know that he had traumatic brain injury at some point, potentially several times in his life. So I think it's important that we look at his life. And keep in mind, members of the jury, when you deliberate, when you go back into the deliberation room and talk about this case, you don't put your common sense aside. All right? You bring that with you. The law you will receive from the court. And I'll talk about some of those aspects of the law, but you do not leave common sense behind. So let's talk about Shelby Nealy's life. He's born in August of 1993. You heard from his mother, Lisa, who's sitting here in the courtroom. She was on that witness stand the other day. She told you how she has a difficult time and has sort of pushed away the violence that she experienced when she was 17 and 18 years of age. She was recalling that violence. When she was recalling Shelby Nealy's father telling her that she's no good, telling her to crawl through broken glass while there was a gun at her head. And then grabbing Shelby Nealy from her arms, he's 10 months old, and taking him away from her. Mr. Sarabia will say, and you may say, well, he doesn't remember that. Well, we protect our children. Little children can sense when things are wrong. Little children can sense when things are not going as they should. Is it unreasonable that the reason, as his mom told you, that he seemed to have a fear of men until he finally was comfortable with his father, Paul, that may have something to do with Bobby? Absolutely. Now, Mr. Sarabia said, well, Bobby never did anything to Shelby. Well, there's no evidence that he did anything to Shelby. Although we don't know what he may have done when he left that house in a rage and took little Shelby from his mother. We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns. But what we do know What we do know is that Lisa Svensson hid out in Texas in 1993, in August of 1993. Her home state, where she had grown up, where she wanted to live. She was in hiding and then had to leave. Leaving the state of Texas, and in her head, in her mind, hearing the words of Bobby, "You're no good, you're never going to amount to anything." Fortunately, she's done well. During the early years, we've heard that Shelby is taken care of by his grandmother in Ohio. Seems to be doing okay. And then things start going sort of in a rough direction. He's not listening. He has ADHD. He didn't get medication right away, but he's having behavior problems. There's no doubt about it. And it's causing problems at home, right? He ends up in relationships that are toxic. Now, Mr. Sarabia wants you to believe that the only reason it's toxic is because the only person who's toxic is Shelby Nealy. I would respectfully suggest to you that's not what the evidence is. That's not what was presented to you, members of the jury. Let's take a look at some of it. And before we do, I want to remind you of one of the instructions that the court, that His Honor will tell you about. Regardless of the result of each juror's individual, remember in jury selection, you all agreed that you would individually reach verdicts. Regardless of the result of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, right? So if you conclude that aggravators were there, and I will concede to you, there are sufficient aggravators here that have been proven that makes my client eligible for the death penalty, okay? So the next step after you look at the aggravators, then you look at the mitigators, okay? And you may find that there are many mitigators. You may find that there are few. You may find that they carry some weight. You may find that they carry a lot of weight. But regardless, even if you find that they carry no weight, and I would suggest that there are mitigators that carry weight, but even if you said that they carry no weight, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend or to reach a verdict that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. The law neither compels nor requires. Remember in jury selection, you will never, ever be required to vote for that. Each and every one of you agreed with that. Each and every one of you agreed that you could come in here today, or for the last 2 weeks, and you would not be an automatic. You knew that there was 3 premeditated murders that had been committed. You knew that Shelby Nealy had pled guilty to 3 murders. And you said, you can do it. We're not automatic. We will listen to everything, and we will make a decision at the end of the deliberations. I'm going to skip this because we're going to talk about the aftermath. There is evidence in this case of mitigation and humanity. Mr. Sarabia questioned, how does it mitigate that Paul Svensson loves Shelby Nealy? How does it mitigate that Shelby Nealy loves his mom and she loves him? How does it mitigate that Maria de Liberato considers him a friend and a fellow human being? It matters because he's a fellow human. He is a life worth saving. And that is a consideration that you as jurors can take into consideration. Is Shelby Nealy someone whose life is worth saving? would a punishment of life in prison without the possibility of parole potentially be a sufficient penalty in this case? And I would respectfully suggest to you, yes, absolutely it would be. Quite frankly, it might be a more difficult and a harsher sentence than the death penalty. Why? Well, you heard from Bonasco, and he described to you the difference between the two sentences. The privacy that Shelby Nealy's been enjoying for the past 6 years will not exist if he's serving a life sentence. He will be among other inmates. He will be one of 11,000 instead of one of just a few hundred. The notoriety will be gone. He will be a nobody compared to if he's on death row. Those are considerations that you can take into account, because it's okay, it's understandable for a jury to view Shelby Nealy as a monster based on what he did, right? But at the same time, we also recognize that he's a fellow human being who has purpose, who can do good things for others. And that's why it's important. That's why it's relevant. That's why it's mitigation. I want to go through some of the interviews that took place on January 4th, 2019. Now, Mr. Sarabia would prefer, with all respect to Mr. Sarabia, but he would prefer that anything that Shelby Nealy said on January 4th, 2019, if it helps Mr. Sarabia, my God, give it your seal of approval and accept it all. But if it doesn't fit within his picture of what happened or didn't happen, then it's a lie. I would suggest to you it's not quite that simple. This interview, by the way, and I put the time in, it's 11:53:28 on January 4th, 2019. And Shelby says, "It is tough. I mean, breaks my heart every day, man. They were good people, and they didn't deserve that. And now it's almost as if it was all done for nothing. But I can't believe that. I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending, and that I didn't sacrifice those people for no fucking reason. Because I know it's probably strange, but it hurts. It hurts my heart, I love my wife greatly. I stuck with her through thick and thin, I mean, I got beat every day, man. Sometimes with a hammer. There was time with a shovel. I just stuck with her because I loved her and I loved my kids. And I just wanted her to get better. And of course, there was obviously different and better ways to go about things. I'm going to play this for you so you can hear it from Shelby himself.
Now, it's
Are you able to hear
almost
it?
as if it was all done for nothing, but I can't believe that. I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending, and that I didn't sacrifice those people for no fucking reason. No, I know it's strange, but it hurts. It hurts my heart. I love my wife greatly. I stuck with her through thick and thin, I mean, I got beat every day, man. Sometimes with a hammer. There was one time with a shovel. And I just stuck with her because I loved her and I loved my kids. And I just wanted her to get better. And of course, there was obviously different and better ways to go about things, but
This is during the same interview where Shelby Nealy has confessed to 3 murders. not only does he confess to the 3 murders, he also tells law enforcement about another murder that at that point they did not have any information on, was not solved, and he told them all. He told them everything. Is that important? Acceptance of responsibility. That's what that is. Acceptance of responsibility. He tells Detective Anderson, in fact, you may remember at the very beginning, it's like just cut through all the bull and let me tell you what's going on. Could he have easily said, you know, I'm not going to talk to you? Sure. In fact, he was advised. He was told that he has the absolute right to remain silent, but he didn't. He needed to get it off his chest. He needed to let Detective Anderson know what he'd done. And even Detective Anderson recognizes that it probably feels good to have been able to acknowledge what you did and take a step in the right direction. Since you can hear it, I'm not going to read this one. I'm just going to play it for you.
I just want them to have the happy, you know, after I killed my wife, I knew somewhere that there wasn't going to be a happy ending for me. But if I could just make a happy ending for them, that's all I cared about. I'm content with going to jail for my crimes and rotting for life, or however long this planet decides to hold up before we blow it up, or, you know, whatever the hell happens. I just want my kids okay. I just want them to have a good life.
That recording, by the way, if you want to go back and listen to it later, it's at 11:51:56. This photo is in evidence. It's a photograph of Lisa and Shelby. Lisa is 18 years of age at the time. It's shortly after he was born. And he speaks about his mother. In fact, Detective Anderson starts out by saying, I guarantee your mother is like, there's no way that little boy, because I guarantee you, she still sees you as a certain age. You know, she's in her mind, she pictures my little Shelby. She's not picturing my grown adult Shelby's son. There's no possible way the boy that I raised could have done all this horrific stuff. I guarantee you that. And Shelby says, I didn't want to do this, sir. I promise you in my heart and soul, I didn't want to do this. Why is it important? It's important because it shows remorse.
I guarantee your mother is like, there is no way that little boy, because I guarantee you, she still sees you as a certain age. You know, in her mind, she pictures my little Shelby. She's not picturing my grown adult Shelby's son. There's no possible way the boy that I raised could have done this horrific stuff. I guarantee that's, you know.
I didn't want to do this, sir. I promise you in my heart and my soul, I did not want to do this.
The next segment of the interview is at 03:00:46 on January 4, 2019. And again, it's a conversation between Detective Anderson and Shelby Swenson, and I'm going to let you just listen to it.
Your love of your kids, right? Can't imagine. I have one child. Can't imagine. Can't imagine, you know, what you're going through and what you're, you know, what's going through mine. I just can't do it.
It just sucks, like laying in that bed. And I used to cuddle with them all the time because, you know, after her, I didn't really like cuddling or sleeping with women, but my kids, oh man, I loved cuddling with them. Oliver, he just coming over and sitting on my lap.
Makes your day, right?
Yeah.
I used to tell people all the time, I could have the worst day in the world. When I go home and I see my kids, I forget about everything. Is that how you are, kind of?
They definitely helped me out with this year.
Yeah.
And I think somewhere in my head, I always knew I was going to get caught, to be honest with you. I was like, I've always been ready for this moment. That's why I've always told myself, if they catch me, there's no point in lying.
And next to the video, you'll see Shelby on the ground. That photo is also in evidence with his daughter Mackenzie. And the next one, Bella and Oliver. I recognize that there are some photos and evidence that were taken from the scene where the murders took place. And that's terrible and it's sad. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't love his children. Obviously, for this to happen is a terrible thing. It should not have happened, but it did, and that's why we're here. And that's why Shelby Nealy, by pleading guilty, has forfeited his right to live among us. He has forfeited his right to ever be able to be with his children again. Now, when they become adults, if they choose, if you as a jury allow Shelby Nealy to rot in prison, to die in prison, but they want to, as adults, if they want to go and they want to talk to him, they want to say why, then he could have contact. But that's it. Only from behind prison walls. I have another segment. And again, this deals with remorse. And I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to play it. And I'm going to read it because when I read it, it's also part of the record. I just tried to focus on that because and this is Shelby Swenson talking, on that because that's who that woman was at the end of the day. You know, she just had a side of her that she couldn't control. And if you're wondering if I hate myself every day for these horrendous acts I committed, it's obvious I do hate myself. I mean, I didn't hate myself. If I didn't hate myself, I wouldn't be here I would be here trying to lie to get myself out of this situation. Detective Anderson says, well, Swenson says, like I am with any other situation, referring to he lies a lot. He recognizes that he lies a lot. Like we discussed before, I mean, you just made some horrible choices. Yes, he did. He made some absolutely horrible, horrific choices. Detective Anderson goes on to say, you know, I mean, and in your mind, I think you built it up to where those were the only choices you could make. He thought he was going to kill his babies. He killed Jamie. And then he lived alive for 10 months. Horrible decision, horrible choices. Detective Anderson goes on to say, that doesn't make you a monster. You know, a monster is when you do something like if you just snuck into their house and killed them for no reason, no remorse. I just did it because I wanted to. I'm going to play that for you.
Every day for these horrendous acts I committed, it's obvious I do hate myself. I mean, if I didn't hate myself, I would be sitting here trying to lie to you to get myself out of this situation.
Well,
like I would with any other situation. But
like we discussed before, I mean, you just made some horrible choices. You know, I mean, in your mind, I think you built it up to where those are the only changes you could make. That doesn't make you a monster. You know, a monster is when you do something, like if you just snuck into their house, killed them for absolutely no reason, no remorse, I just did it because I wanted to.
Now, is it possible that Detective Anderson is saying that he has no remorse and he doesn't really mean it? It's possible. But I would suggest to you that it comes across sincere, and I think it's okay for you to evaluate that and say, we believe that when Detective Anderson said that you're remorseful, that he was sincere. Acceptance of responsibility, I mentioned that again, and here's another clip that deals with acceptance of responsibility. This is at 2/16/26 on January 4th, 2019, and this is Detective Anderson's statement. It's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory could be one way, another detective is going to be another way, and the crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories, you know? And you know, when you get first-hand account of the person that did it, you know for a fact what happened. It's not a guess anymore.
It's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory is going to be one way, another detective is going to be another way. Crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories, you know, and, you know, when you get a first-hand account of the person that did it, you know for fact what happened. It's not a guess anymore.
The next clip is from the second interview recording. It's at 12/13/58 on January 4th. You may recall this. This is where he's on the telephone speaking with his mother. He says, yeah, on you, when I was talking to the detective, he was telling me that they were going to be seeing if you guys are a good, stable home for them, which you know, everything is, all your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed. I mean, you've been at the house for like 19 years now. So you have had a stable place, stable jobs, you know, everything you guys will be good with. You guys will be good with that. The only thing that sucks is my kids are in CPS right now. And that like really hurts me. Please, when you get my kids, take care of them and love them. And you may recall there's breaks in this where mom is talking and we can't hear what mom says. I know, but I really need you to give it some thought and some serious consideration. So, because these kids need you, Mom. My kids need you so much. That's basically, they tracked me down and got me at the house and then brought me to the police station. Are you there? I'll probably be getting extradited to Florida here soon within the week. No, Mom, they died. They figured out who did it, and then they caught me. Mom, I know you don't understand, but please don't hang up on me, and please continue loving me. Now, Mr. Sarabian in his closing suggested that was selfish by Shelby, that all he cared about was himself. I would suggest that it's a genuine desire from someone who knows that, man, has he done a lot of wrong things, particularly during that last year, but a genuine desire on his part to give his children a chance. And that's why he was begging his mom to please take care of my children. I'm going to play that for you.
he was telling me that they're going to be seeing if you guys are a good, stable home for them, which you know, everything is, all your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed. I mean, you've been at that house for like 19 years now, so you've had a stable place, stable jobs, you know, everything. You guys will be good with that. The only thing that sucks is my kids are in CPS right now, and that like really hurts me. Please, when you get my kids, take care of them and love them. Please. Oh. Well, Mom, would you raise my kids if they gave you my kids?
At some point, I must have changed it from visual one that showed over there. When was the last time you screwed up and they made me change it to be in?
I know. I know, but I really need you to give it some thought and some serious consideration, because kids need you. Granny Debbie is not a good woman when it comes to all that stuff. You are the best mom that I know. You are, and I mean that with my whole heart. My kids need you, Mom. My kids need you so much. You're... Basically, they tracked me down and got me at the house, and then brought me to the police station. I'll probably... Are you there? I'll probably be getting expedited to Florida here soon, within this week.
Yeah, you were supposed to assault them and call them.
No, Mom. They died, and they figured out who did it, and then they caught me.
Yeah. This morning, they're going to be gone for the day before long. Also, on Friday, when he first got there, I said, not that,
I know you don't understand, but please don't hang up on me, and please continue loving me.
Ms. Arabia made a comment in his closing argument about the delays between the arrest and when Shelby Nealy entered guilty plea to the manslaughter, guilty plea to the 3 first-degree murder charges that he's here before you for sentencing. He talked about the delay, and there's no evidence that's been presented to you about the delay, and you shouldn't speculate on that. Lawyers take a lot of time to do a lot of stuff, as you know. I mean, nothing moves fast in this setting, and so if you want to point the finger at anyone, you point the finger at me, you point the finger at his lawyers, but you don't point the finger at Shelby Nealy. Shelby Nealy, from day one, admitted his involvement. And then on December 13th, I believe it was, 2023, he pled guilty. He pled guilty to the manslaughter charge. And he pled guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder without a guarantee, without a promise of what the sentence would be. He certainly could have exercised his right to a trial. He could have required the state of Florida to prove the case against him beyond a reasonable doubt. He could have enjoyed the burden of proof that jurors would be advised about, that is, that they had to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt, and that he has to be presumed innocent. But he did not. He accepted responsibility, and to the extent that he could, tried to assist in providing some sort of closure. Dr. Heather Holmes testified, as did several other experts in this case. And Dr. Heather Holmes sort of gave you a big picture of Shelby Nealy's life. She indicated that he was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, that he had dependent personality disorder, and that he's been taking Lexapro, which is a antidepressant medication, for years. Now, there are other records that corroborate, and they're in evidence, that corroborate Dr. Holmes's diagnosis. The suggestion is made by the state of Florida that because these experts are being paid, that you should disregard their testimony. That's not something you should do. You heard that each and every one of them were authorized by the courts, paid at rates that are customary. And so the suggestion that just because they're being paid, like everyone else is being paid that's in here, jurors don't really get enough pay, but everyone else is getting paid. The bottom line is, they could have called their own experts if they wanted to, not to. One of the things that Dr. Holmes talks about is how he's constantly getting himself in these toxic relationships and how he has difficulties with his emotions and with working things out and behaving appropriately when faced with challenges, emotional challenges and what have you. You heard from Dr. James Campbell. He is a trauma expert. Now, you recall Dr. Holmes, and the state is correct. When Dr. Holmes evaluated Shelby Nealy, Dr. Holmes did not find PTSD. Okay? But that's not her primary area of expertise. Her primary area of expertise, or one of her areas of expertise, deals with sexual abuse type cases. And so she's the one that initially talks to Shelby Nealy about the sexual abuse. Dr. Campbell comes in, and he's talking primarily about trauma. And he talks about the sexual abuse by the stepmother. Mr. Sarabia, I apologize if I misheard it. You rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. But I think he made some reference to porno fantasy in his closing. At the very least, making light of the idea that it's not really sexual abuse because Shelby Nealy probably enjoyed it. That was the implication. That was the suggestion. Sort of a Mrs. Robinson type of a scenario. But what do we know from the experts? He may have, the physical act itself, he may not have viewed himself as a victim, right? But there is a reason we have laws. There's a reason that doctors consider it abuse when there is such a big age discrepancy with adult and a minor. And the reason is that when you're young, you can't handle the emotional aspect of it as well. That's one of the reasons. And I would suggest to you that if I ever went to Mr. Sarabia with that type of a case, where my client is charged with having sexual activity or sexual conduct with a minor,
I would object.
he would kick me out of his office. He would kick me out of his office if I came with that proposal on that type of a case. It is correct that we primarily rely on the statements of Shelby Nealy to prove that sexual abuse took place. It's correct that the perpetrator didn't come and testify, I abused my stepson. Didn't come and say I had consensual sexual intercourse with my stepson. That's correct. So what do we have other than Shelby Nealy's statement that corroborates the idea that, you know what, maybe it did happen? I would suggest to you there are several things from the record that supports the idea that it happened. The primary thing is how he reacted when his father shot and killed himself the day after his 17th birthday. Now, he didn't tell anyone about it. He didn't check it off on the form. But both, I believe Dr. Holmes and Dr. Campbell said that's normal. People generally don't like to talk about those type of things. He may not even recognize that that was a thing at the time. It was consensual. But as a society, we recognize, as doctors, they recognize that that's not something that we approve on because it is damaging, it hurts. It has the potential of really hurting young teenagers and children. Another piece of evidence that I would respectfully suggest to you supports the idea that it in fact happened is that he didn't want his mom to know. He didn't want his mom to feel bad about the fact that he went to Texas because Mom was worried about him going to Texas. Mom was worried, and she was assured by the stepmother that everything is okay now. It's okay now. And that, she trusted that. But Shelby Nealy didn't want her to know. He didn't want her to feel any worse than what she already did about what's happened and where she is. The suggestion again and again and again in the closing argument of Mr. Sarabia was that Jamie Ivancic never did anything wrong. It was all Shelby Nealy. Recall the testimony of retired Deputy Fox from Palm Beach. Now, granted, she didn't really remember a lot of details, but I asked her, when you prepare a report, do you put down details in case you ever have to come to court and testify? She said yes. Do you make sure it's accurate? Yes. She said Jamie Ivancic appeared completely out of control when she arrived. She was sitting on the ground, very uncooperative. And it was said that she had said she was going to kill herself and her unborn baby. And she was Baker acted. Baker acted meaning involuntarily hospitalized. Law enforcement doesn't just do that unless there is a reason for it. Dr. Woe is a neuropsychologist who came here and testified before you. Now, quite frankly, I don't know that I really understand everything that he said. Quite frankly, I don't. But what we do know is that that's his area of expertise, right? He's gone to school, he testified, he's been recognized as an expert throughout the country in courts. And he said that the standardized testing that he did, the intelligence testing and the memory testing, while a lot of it was within the normal range, there were discrepancies. Discrepancies that means that from his perspective, as a neuropsychologist, he believes there's a red flag that there's evidence of traumatic brain injury. Okay? On the right side. in the same area where you have trouble, the same troubles that the Dr. Holmes talked about, right? Do we disregard his testimony because he was paid? No. The state of Florida have the opportunity to call their own witness, their own expert, if they believe that his testimony was inaccurate or faulty. There's also medical history that corroborates Dr. Woe. There is medical records from the Metro Health Center in Cleveland, Ohio, that corroborates the head injury, where it is suggested in the records, and you'll be able to look at those records, that a CAT scan was done, that there was intracranial bleeding, that neurosurgery was recommended to be held and for him to be held and observed, and that he signed out against medical advice. Poor judgment, right? He should have stayed. He should have made sure that he got the proper treatment. But that doesn't change the fact that there's evidence of traumatic brain injury. When you look at the Metro Health pages, look at pages 157 through 162. This is for the December 16, 2012 visit, and you'll see those records. Another record that corroborates Dr. Woe's testimony is from St. Vincent Hospital from October 8, 2016. Again, not only does it corroborate head trauma, but it also corroborates the diagnosis of Dr. Holmes that he suffers from a major depressive disorder. All of this is important because it gives us some insight into why he's making such poor choices. And that it's not all just sitting down and thinking about it and this is what I'm going to do. Whoops. Again, the expert fees, the witness fees, paid for by the state of Florida with court approval, and the prosecution could have called their own experts and chose not to. Why? Maria de Liberato, assistant public defender, used to represent Shelby Nealy, executive director of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty, friend and considers him family. Some of the nuggets from her testimony was she's never had a case where the kids did not reach out for answers when they became adults. And Shelby Nealy is more than the worst thing he's ever done. He writes letters and cards for his two youngest children, Bella and Oliver, because he's not allowed to have contact with them. But he writes them and asks Maria, please hold the letters for me, please hold the cards for me, so that if they ever reach out, if they ever want some information from me, you have it and you can share them. The prosecution, in their effort to challenge this witness, talks about the fact that he's against the death penalty. It doesn't mean that he's going to come in here and lie. Suggested that she has some tattoo on her neck that she doesn't have. Is that the best they could do? Grace Hannah. The suggestion was made that it's, she's getting paid and that's why she's doing this work. The reality is that she was volunteering her time to type up the manuscript of the book. The book that she, quite frankly, doesn't think is that good. Certainly not her type of book. Just like Lisa, Shelby's mom, not her type of book. But nevertheless, she decided to volunteer her time for about a year in 2024 to help him type up a manuscript of a book that he had wanted to publish, self-publish. She indicated that she volunteers for the Floridians for alternatives to the death penalty because she herself had a family who was a victim of a brutal murder. And because she recognizes the humanity of her fellow humans. Raul Bonasco, 39 years working in corrections, recognized as an expert in state and federal courts throughout the state of Florida and the United States. Now, he told you about the difference between general population and death row. We think it's important for you to know, to have an idea of what exactly is it that you're being asked to do. What exactly will happen depending on what you do. And that was the purpose of his testimony, to give you some insight into what life is like in general population versus death row. He told you that when you were in general population, you're working a 60-hour work week. You probably start out pushing a lawnmower in 100-degree weather. You have no privacy. You're looking over your shoulder because you're not alone. There are 11,000 plus inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections serving life sentences. They're anonymous. They're nobody. You have to share access to the television. Your meals are had in the chow hall. And while you have to work, you have no access to tools that can be used as weapons. Makes sense. What did he tell you about death row? He said it's the bed and breakfast of the Department of Correction. You have your own private room, private sink and toilet. Not allowed and not required to work. You're allowed contact visits. You have access to your own tablet, like an iPad type of thing, and your own television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you're part of a very small number of people, 267 individuals. He told you that regardless of whether or not you are in general population on a life sentence without parole or on death row, you will die in prison. You may recall that there were some questions about some hypothetical scenario where maybe that would not happen. Do not be fooled by that. His Honor will advise you that a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole is exactly that. Shelby Nealy would die in prison. The difference is, if he's in general population, he doesn't have a private room. He has to work. Now, Mr. Sarabia, I can't remember if it was Mr. Sarabia or Mr. Doig, but questioned Bonasco about, well, that doesn't really benefit anyone that they're working. Well, yeah, it does, because it saves on taxpayer funds. The image in this slide is the alternative sentence, the gurney, because you heard about from Mr. Bonasco that if you're sentenced to death, when you arrive on death row, And you don't go through the regular process and you go straight to death row. When you arrive on death row, they give you an option. The default option is, at some point, you are executed via lethal injection. But they also give you the option where you can choose, one time, to be executed in Old Sparky or the electric chair instead. When you go back to deliberate, I want you to take your time. I know it's 3:45 on a Friday afternoon. We talked about that in jury selection, about we're not going to rush it. It's your time. It's your decision how much time you take. But you should fully deliberate and discuss the evidence and the verdict. While the verdict ultimately is an individual verdict, it's important that you discuss it, that you recognize and respect that everyone can have different opinions on the matter. And keep in mind, if 7 jurors vote for death and 5 jurors vote for life, that's a life sentence. In order for a death sentence to be imposed, it requires 8 jurors. One of the instructions that the court will read you you'll get this. You'll get this to take back with you. You'll be able to look at it, read it again and again. But one of the things that's in there is a statement that before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring the best judgment to bear in reaching your decision. You heard from Lisa Svensson yesterday on the witness stand. You saw her. You saw the heartbreak that she's experiencing. And I would just tell you again, respectfully, that her love for her son, his love for his mother, matters. It matters. And I'm not going to ask you for mercy for Shelby Nealy. You know, mercy, I would suggest, is bestowed and it's not earned. And certainly, his mother has done nothing wrong. But I'm going to ask you to bestow mercy in sentencing Shelby Nealy to life in prison without possibility of parole for his mother. You heard from Paul Svensson yesterday. He was on that witness stand. He struggled a little bit. I would suggest to you he struggled because he loves Shelby Nealy, despite what he's done. He agrees. He agrees that Shelby Nealy should never, ever walk out of prison doors, and nor will he ever walk out of a prison door. In fact, when we're done here today, he will never wear a sweater and a nice shirt like that again. He'll be ushered to the Florida Department of Correction, where he'll be issued a uniform, whether he's on death row or serving life in prison. The fact that Paul Svensson, who remembers when he first met Shelby, it was his 3rd date, I believe, with his wife. And he didn't have any toys. I mean, he was single. He had just gotten out of the Marine Corps, and so he bought a bunch of toys. And Shelby really liked the Tonka truck. And that's a memory that Paul will always treasure. But for Paul, I ask that you consider mercy. Shelby Nealy will die in prison. A verdict of life in prison without parole is a just verdict. Consider mercy. The instruction that deals with mercy is the instruction that basically says, even if you get to that final point, even if you get to that point where you have decided that the aggravators outweigh the mitigators, right? Even if you find that there were no mitigators, right? When you get to that point, you then make an individual decision. Is this the case? Is this the case that calls for the death penalty? And I would respectfully suggest to you, it is not. It is not. And I ask for mercy, not for Shelby, but for Bella and Oliver, for Mackenzie, for Lisa and Paul, and for many others who value Shelby as a fellow human being. He can help others, and he should be allowed to die of natural causes and sit and think about what he did for the rest of his life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members of the jury, what we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a quick 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back and I will instruct you on the law. Again, please do not discuss the case. We actually go back and deliberate, which is not yet matched. Okay? So a brief comfort break. All right, we'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right.
may be seated. All right, we have a question. I think they're just asking for an exhibit number, assuming that this is in evidence. It's probably hard for them to figure out what is and what isn't. Are we able to get the neuropsych report or the folder/number it would be found under? Are we able to get the neuropsych report or the folder number it would be found under? I don't know what expert they're talking about, do you?
There is the medical records that I mentioned.
Aren't they like 6,000 pages?
No. No, it's the folder.
It's there are Metro Health records that we both referenced in closing, and they are in an expandable file folder, and it says Metro Health, and then there's 318 pages of Metro Health records, and then there's St. Vincent's, and there's those records, and then there's Cleveland Clinic, and there's those records. All of those are in the expandable, but the ones referenced in closing are the Metro Health records, and those, they were referred to page numbers by both sides.
All right.
And I don't know if that's what
that would be my guess.
I assume that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Don't they have the?
yeah, they should have the big folder or the folder/number it would be found under. So I guess they want to know where is that specifically in the folder.
So in our closing, so there's an expandable, in the very first tab, there's like a vanilla folder, and it says Metro Health records.
All right.
Right behind that tab is 318 pages of Metro Health records. And Mr. Broom,
157 to 160 something.
160, we referenced in our closing pages 157 through 162.
And I think, where did you lay it?
I don't know which
They're not in the bank box. Because they have 4 expandables in bankers boxes. It's the only one that's kept separate.
Okay. All right. So maybe I'll just say it that way. It's the folder that's not in the banker's box. All right. So then look there. I don't know if we're going to give them specific page numbers where the defense wants them to read, unless the state has numbers you like.
I think the answer is that I'm not sure what they're talking about, but there are medical records in that location.
Yeah, my assumption is because the only by name records either of us reference in closing or Metro Health, that maybe that's what that refers to, and those records are in the expandable,
All right.
expandable file, whatever that's.
All right. I'll just answer it as it's the one not in the banker's box. If they have more specific questions, then ask. All right. Because I would imagine that folder is about that big.
No, yeah, that's the Apollo quote was with.
That was what?
Well, I thought the quote was implying on the box.
No. No. What's that? Why is somebody here with a box?
The speakers for the jury. That cost.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's an expandable folder about this. It was on the bottom shelf along with all the rest of them are in a banker's box.
Okay. So, all right. So you wheeled it all in and it's on the bottom shelf. Okay. Okay. So I'll just answer that way. If they want to have a more specific question, they can.
And they kept all their regular folders, so they'll say like Metro and those.
Okay. All right. So let's bring them in. All right.
Court exhibits are not back there, right?
Oh, absolutely. They better not be. No.
Okay, I just want to mention.
Okay. Those are all exhibits that were not supposed to go into evidence and are just there for appellate purposes or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's happened before, but it's not going to happen with the staff we have here. Not these guys. Fredrickson. So she's obviously the foreperson. All right, Ms. Fredrickson? Yes. Are you the foreperson? All right, so here's the question, and I think we know what you're asking, but here it is. Are we able to get neuropsych report or the folder/number it would be found under? All right, we think that this is what you're looking for. There are a bunch of folders in a banker box. It's not any of them. There's a folder on the bottom shelf all by itself, not in a banker's box. So we think that that's the folder you're looking for. Okay, and then if you have any more specific questions or whatever, you can ask, okay? Okay, but I think if you just look in there, they're marked, those folders, so I think you can figure it out. But if you can't, let us know, okay? All right, okay. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess until we have a question or verdicts. All right. Deputy Trong, has the jury reached a verdict on all 3 counts?
Yes, Your Honor. They
All right.
indicated that we should go.
All right, you may be seated. All right, so let's go ahead and bring them in.
Your jury didn't jury box and indicate they reached a verdict?
All right, and Ms. Ferguson, is that true? Has the jury reached a verdict on all 3 counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. If you can give the verdict forms to the bailiff, and you may be seated. All right. If the defense would please rise, and if Madam Clerk could please publish the verdicts.
We, the jury, find as follows as to Shelby Nealy in this case. As to count 1, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes, 12. We, the jury, have unanimously the state proved 1 or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether 1 or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. As to count 2, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification? Yes, 12. We, the jury, have unanimously found that the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. As to count 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. Dated this 25th of July, 2025, in Pinellas County, Florida. Rena Fredrickson, foreperson of the jury.
All right. The defense may be seated. All right, Ms. Fredrickson, let me just ask you one question here. For all the aggravating factors, you checked yes, and then you put 12. But for the very last one, you just checked yes, which is really all you had to do. But that was unanimous as well, all 12. Is that correct? Yes. All right. All right, so what I'm going to do now is what's called polling the jury. I'm just going to ask you if, in fact, is what the clerk just read accurate as far as what the jury decided on all of these. Okay? So, Brianna Brooke, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflects what the jury decided?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Kyle Vernon, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Jacob Powell, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Joyce Golderman, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Trina Frederickson, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Cassandra Harper, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Brian Burton, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Sharon Sandifer, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lana Beck, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. McCall Lemons, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Catherine Higgins, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Did I skip somebody? Okay. Okay, what's your name? Sorry. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Well, it's been a long, grueling couple of weeks for you and for everybody else. And obviously, this is a very difficult process for you and everybody else. This is the most difficult decision that you really have to make in the law. And we greatly appreciate your participation. It seemed like you were really paying attention to everything. You really took this thing seriously, as you should. It's a very serious issue. And there were long days. They seemed to shorten up a little bit at the end of this week, but there were some long, long days. And on behalf of everyone involved in the case, I'd like to thank you very much for your jury service. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It'll be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So the most important right that you have is the right to be left alone. So nobody can stalk you and that sort of thing. But if you want to talk to anyone involved in the case, you can go ahead and do that. And then obviously, if you elect to speak to them, then they can speak to you as well. You have the right to your privacy, but if you want to speak to anyone in the media or anybody else, you can do that too. That's up to you. All right, anyone have any questions or anything? All right, we do have a certificate of appreciation for all of you. I wish we had a lot more. My wife wants to know how those cookies were. Were they good? All right, good. All right. So thank you very much. You know, if in the next year or two you get a jury summons and you'd rather not serve, just give me a call at my office and I'll excuse you because this trial's worth, on the alternates I said about 5 trials, but I've decided it's worth about 10 trials, okay? So if you want to get out of your service, just give me a go ahead and do that, okay? All right, have a great weekend. I don't think it's raining right now, so have a good trip home, good safe trip home. All right, very good. All right, so legally we have to set a Spencer hearing, and then we may be too exhausted to decide anything. So I don't know if you want to have a status check to set a Spencer hearing.
We can schedule it. I mean, I can tell you my schedule will probably be like December. I mean, we could set it now if you want to, or we can do a status. But I got back-to-back trials as well.
Okay. How extensive do you think that's going to be? In other words, how long do you think it's going to be?
At least a day. Right? A day.
All right.
At this point, I mean, we're thinking no more than a day at this point, but obviously we will.
All right.
So maybe it would be a good idea to have a tentative date, or we just have a status and.
All right. Well, why don't we set a date? So I do have 12/9 open. I want to set it on a Tuesday because I don't want to set it on a Thursday and then have a trial that runs.
You said 12/9?
Yeah. I also have 12/22. I don't know how popular that's going to be right before Christmas.
I think 12/9 is okay. I haven't filed in citrus the week before that, but it should not go into, let me just make sure.
All right.
I think 12/9.
All right, then, if you want to do memorandums of law, you can do that. I think you do that after the Spencer hearing if you want to do it, because
If we want to do what?
draft a memorandum of law.
Usually, after the Spencer hearing, get a transcript, and then set a deadline for us to file it, and, yeah.
Right,
And we can figure that out, I think, when we get closer to it.
right.
Do you want, yeah.
All right. So if you want me to set a status check, I can do it, just to see how things are going as far as the Spencer hearing is concerned. Or if you just want to be here on December 9, and then if there's any issues, you can set a hearing. What's the preference of the state and the defense? State?
We want to do a Spencer hearing, a status check, we're okay with that, but the second, or, I'm sorry.
Is 12/9 okay?
12/9 is fine.
Okay. Okay, so the Spencer hearing is set 12/9, and then we're debating going to go that day unless something goes wrong and we have to move it or whatever, so.
Can we do a status the week of October 7th?
Sure.
On the 12th, that'd be good.
All right. Is it an all-week thing?
It's 4 days.
All right, so pick a day.
That week of December.
Friday's the only day I can't.
Friday is the one day you can't do? Okay.
Or the 9th. Can we do the 8th and,
Yes. All right, so October 8 is Spencer hearing, status check, and Spencer hearing is 12/9.
Status check is October 8th, and the Spencer hearing is December.
Right. Right, the status check is just to see if, if everything is
right, on track.
on track. There you go.
And may I either appear by Zoom or have Mr. Greenback
Sure.
for the status check?
Sure.
And is that, what time would that be?
8:30.
The status check, I would appreciate the afternoon if possible.
Well, that's a trial day for yeah, I was up in Pasco for a couple of years, so I know how it works up there. But down here we have trials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So, obviously if it didn't have a trial that day, but I don't know if I am going to have one or not, because things are definite goes and then they don't go. All right, so I think that's it, right? So everyone have a good weekend. Everyone have as good a weekend as you can, depending on your situation regarding this case. All right? Thank you. Good job by everybody. Thank you.